that he has spared some of his time to be with us and felicitate Catherine. On behalf of the organizers, I welcome our correspondent, Dr. R.C. Patil. Welcome. Next, I would like to welcome the guests of the day who have come from different parts of Tamil Nadu as well as other countries. Some of them are have joined us in person, others will join in the virtual mode. First, I welcome Dr. K. Kavyarasu, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome Dr. Gandhi, Associate Professor, SDNB College. I also welcome the other guests who will be joining us through the virtual mode. Dr. Vasandan, Professor from National College, Trichy. Dr. Mani Mangai Mani from Malaysia. Dr. Muntazar Mehdi from Pakistan. And also Dr. Sapatia Ignanda from Indonesia. Then I'd like to welcome Dr. Balakrishnan and his team, who started working for this conference long back. He has been the captain of this ship that started sailing long back, and today they are safely anchored in our campus. On behalf of Women's Christian College, I welcome you, sir. She's Assistant Professor of English, is working in Pioneer Kumar Summer College. I welcome the faculty members of the Department of English who have joined hands with me in planning and organizing this international conference. I welcome you all. And I welcome the participants who have come over here from other colleges also. I welcome you. And my dear students, I welcome you all to this international conference. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to this conference so that you could rejuvenate yourselves in the shades of the lectures and the presentations we are going to have here today. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Your thanks and abundance with your side. Thank you, madam. Now I request Dr. Balakrishnan, the publisher of Holy Three Journal of India, to honor the correspondence with the shawl. Dr. Sukita Pasas, Head of the Department of English, to honor the principal with a shawl. Now I request Dr. D. Esther, the principal, to honor Dr. Kavyarasu with a shawl. principal to honor Dr. Ganpati Shaw. May I invite Dr. D. Esther, the principal, to honor Dr. Kalayarasi Vivishwam. Now I request Dr. D. Amita to honor Dr. Sudhita Persis, head of the department, please to the front. To run this institution of this magnitude, we need dynamic leadership. Our institution heads by energetic and passionate principal Dr. D. Esther. Now I request our principal to deliver the presidential address.
Dignitaries on the dais. I'm indeed happy to be here, to be the part and parcel of this conference. A happy and pleasant good morning to one and all present here. And greetings from WCC. The conference is organized about the shades of love in literature. Literature is the very foundation of life. It teaches how to live. Literature grows out of life, reacts upon life, and fed by life. Its boundaries cross over our lives, our tradition, our culture, social relations, national unity, and a lot more. It serves as a reflection of society, a product of art, a window to an ideology. Everything that happens within the society can be written, recorded in, and learned from the piece of literature. It brings us close connection with others, allowing us to see all work in poems and songs are much like a flow of love and emotions. In the beginning, that is the mystery. In the end, that is the confirmation. But it is in the middle where all emotions resides to make the whole thing worthwhile. The themes of this poems are the desire for wisdom, spiritual fulfillment, love, and fruitful service to mankind. This poem inspires us to move out of the darkness and enter to light. We need to pray for enlightenment in our hearts
to maintain balance in happiness and sorrow. We should surrender ourselves before the will of God in all circumstances. This is the sum and substance of the poem written by Rabindranath Tagore. Dante, this is mine, that to be my God. And I hope that this conference would certainly transform your life through it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Madam, for your provoking address.
Now I invite the correspondent of our institution, Dr. Asir Singh, for the address of felicitation on the dais.
Respected principal, guest of this day, Dr. Kalyan, Dr. Kandimadi, Dr. Balakrishnan, organizer of this program, Dr. Subaida Balsi, and the faculties of this college, faculties from other colleges, students from other colleges, and as well as in this college. A warm good morning to all of you. Actually, 2 years before, this World International Journal of Research and Humanities, Arts and Science approached our college, and they wanted to have a joint venture in this college. And we did it. Dr. Balakrishnan was there by the time. And just last week, he called me over phone and said that you remember me and we will see. Very glad to see you. This morning only I asked the organizer, what is shades of life in literature? Because I am not good in literature. So I don't want to go in deep that subject also. To me, it is an international conference organized by our English department. It's a great pleasure. Actually, our college is growing in all aspects, in all dimensions, and they're giving opportunities for our students to grow in life as well as in their studies. So, the efforts taken by the department as well as by the support of the principal, she's very calm and quiet, but deep in thoughts and deep in doing things. My last few months' experience, I can assure that in her leadership, this college will grow. And the association of this body international, our college will also benefit. I wish all the success of this international conference, and I wish everybody on the dais, as well as the participants and the department staff and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presence.
It's my esteemed pleasure to invite Dr. A. Kavirasthil, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Pittsburgh. He has received the Best Young Researcher Award in Language Academic Science. He is widely known through his blog, Dr. KK Seminars and Conferences. Now I would like him to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and online. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the correspondent, Mr. Asir Singh, the head of the department, Dr. G. Subida Versus, the principal of the WCC, the convener of the conference, the organizing secretary, that is Balakrishnan, and the organizing team for giving me this opportunity. The topic of this conference, Shades of Life in Literature. Many define literature as a mirror of life, but I do contradict this proposition. Mirrors always show the opposite of what is seen or shown. The left becomes the right, the right becomes left. The same is here applied in thoughts and deeds of human beings through literature. So literature is not a replica of life or imagination, an imitation of life, but a projection of life in a different dimension and perspective. There are a lot of differences between what we see and what we experience. When we experience what is real, it is unexplainable. No one can explain the emotion or the real experience in words. Whereas literature attempts to project the shape of that in a kind of a seemingly actual proportion. The shapes differ and alter as per the angles and aspects of the beholder. As Byron states, fact is stranger than fiction. We all want our life to be colorful, and we do believe that these colors bring in added flavor and value to our life. We are all bored and monotonous, having the monochromic shades in our life. So to spice up and to make life colorful, various shades become inevitable to make this literature or the ingredient of literature more essential. So as an inaugural keynote speaker, it is my responsibility to share the rationale of the conference. The conference focuses on the different shades of life in literature. Colors or shades play an influential role in the mood and setting of life. Colors can affect our mind, body, and overall mood. How color is perceived is subjective for some, but we have colors as a kind of widely recognized and globally accepted content or container. The containers of colors which are globally associated with modes of human lifestyle is what is there which we see in literature, read in literature, experience in literature. So, colors close to red, we can see, like including colors like red, orange, and yellow, which are warmer colors. They evoke the emotions, ranging the feeling from warmth, comfort, anger, hostility. Whereas we have the other colors, which is based on blue, purple, green. So these colors are associated with calm, gloomy, whatever situations. So this is something which we find in cinematography also. So these colors set very important role. Whereas these two are the two extreme ends, red and blue. It is not that it is just limited to this, but we have the other extremes which is unexplored. When we say that color is directly proportional to the mood and emotion of life, literature captures this in a kind of very interesting and also memorable manner. When color is a human construct, it is believed that only three basic colors exist: red, green, and blue. Likewise, in literature also, it was earlier believed that literature should be something like classics. We'll just get into that. Later, we find that there are some different colors, but it is also identified that it is just the shades which are just within the visible spectrum of human vision. Likewise, the shades of literature also are innumerable, which of course this conference is going to focus. In literature, different ages gave emphasis to different shades. Literature till 1990s projected the shades which are limited to heroic, elegiac, romantic, classic, humanistic, spiritual, metaphysical, gothic, sentimental, intellectual, and aesthetics. Everything was bound to some form or norm till 1900s. Whereas the beginning of the 20th century emerged with flying colors, giving birth to various shades of literature through literary studies. Literature is now no more classical. When we just trace the history of literature, the old English literature, which starts from 450 AD to 1066 AD, projected the shades of heroic, elegiac, and lyrics. Whereas the literature of the modern era, it started projecting literature of absurdity. So something which was very clear earlier now has become unclear. Probably the literature of the recent years or the postmodern era started focusing on those spectrums, those shades in the spectrums which are far behind these visible spectrums. Probably that is why it has become absurd. It is not something which could be comprehended by a kind of normal mind. So to comprehend that, you need to have a better understanding of the contemporary era, and the contemporary era itself has got a kind of, it's a product of diversified shades and multiplied shades. When we come to the literature, it is something which has the aesthetic values, but these aesthetic values could be understood only with the help of the literary studies. So, literary theories and criticisms emerged, and these theories and criticisms evolved as a response to celebrate the essence and shades of literature. Earlier, the Greeks believed that there are only two basic states of life, oikos and polis. But oikos is the shade of human beings within his or her household, and polis is the shade in the society. The oikos and polis on the basis of all the philosophies of life, literature, and society, which has now witnessed a tremendous evolution and a transformation. And the nanosciences say that every color has 100 to 1,000 different shades, and there are about 10 million shades of colors in the visible spectrum. which cannot be easily comprehended, which cannot be easily justified. That is how the recent literary theories also has evolved from the classical theories of Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Horace, which proposed that all the art is mimicked by nature and art is an imitation of life, and restricted to the philosophy of religion, something which was considered as one of the predominant shade which molded or which gave color to human beings or human existence. Slowly things changed, and the Renaissance and the neoclassical theories of Dryden and others during 1500 to 1700 AD considered ancient works as surest models of modern greatness. So you know that the textual theory, which all came out with validating literature, with placing it aside with the greatest classics. So only then the literature has got its value. So the shades were classified into classics and the modern. Slowly things got the multiple shades has got its essence here in the romantic theory of Coleridge and the romantics during 1750 to 1850, which marked 6 primary characteristics. This is the base of this literature or literary study, where you find there's a kind of transformation, a paradigm shift taking place from this particular point. The 6 characteristics has changed the different dimensions of the existing presumptions of literature and literary aesthetics. Celebration of nature, focus on individual and spirituality, celebration of isolation and melancholy, interest in common man, idealization of women, and personification and pantheistic fallacies. So these are the 6 characteristics which has transformed the literary arena. The limited shades or the basics of literature and literary studies underwent a sea change through the conflict between science and religion, based on the origin of species in the later part of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The question of God has been answered differently by different people. So the advent of this theory of evolution has raised a lot of minds with the different ideologies, and science has started dominating religion. So people were all in a confused state. They want an answer for the origin of species, which said that man is a distant cousin to ape, whereas on the other side we have people who firmly believe that man came from Adam and Eve, and man was created by God in his own image. So, to answer this question of God, Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher, he broke the shape, the existing shape of God, and he has shattered the image into multitudes with his idea of nihilism. In his work, Thus Spake Zarathustra, he came out with the idea that God is no more. So this thinking on the base of liberal thinking and multiplicity of the shades of literature and its base. And nihilism serves the answer to the conflict between science and religion. It serves as the base of the postmodern and post-structural thoughts that questioned the very grounds on which Western cultures are based their truths. So far, there was only one truth. Now, this nihilism has paved way to multiplicity of truths. The truth about knowledge, of the Westerners to go to the concept of nihilism, because nihilism is a kind of turning point where the romanticism is just paved the way. Nihilism is the actual turning point or the big breakthrough here to have a modern shades of literature. So when we just trace the origin of nihilism, we can find that the concept of nihilism is there something which is in Buddhism. Okay. So having the base from Buddhism, we can find in 1916, it became a kind of greater movement as Dadaism or Dada movement in Switzerland. And in the literature, the term nihilism, you can find was already getting its reflection soon after Friedrich Nietzsche's Das Speak Zarathustra. The Russian published and the Russian writers, they started observing it and they started imbibing the essence of nihilism, and they started reflecting the shades of nihilism in their writings. Even Anton Chekhov is Three Sisters. And this nihilism further gave birth to the further isms in literary studies, which raised the understanding, which paved the way to have a better understanding of literature and society. So these all isms almost they started just in the beginning as a movement, and then they became a kind of literary movement. So literature can be understood with the guidance of isms, because the Marxism, new criticism, and Russian formalism as the three important basis of the existing shades of literature. So Marxism was just a movement. When Nietzsche said that it is the responsibility of every human being to take care of the world, or the responsibility of he has to take care of the responsibility of God, because God is no more, and it is the responsibility of human being to take care of the world, the wonderful world which He has created. So now the conflict between mind and heart has come to an end with the mind as a winner, and different ideologies and new thoughts came into existence. Although social and religious boundaries were broken, and it resulted in Marxism as a movement. And this liberal ideology has formed once again the base of a chunk of literary theories, movements called as new criticism. Alan Tate, Ransom, Glenn Brooks, Emerson, and Lewis, these people made this foundation, a firm foundation for new criticism. This was further extended by Stanley Fish in his, is there a text in the class which discusses on the reader's response theory. So far, it is said that, or it was said that only those ideologies and principles or theories which are propounded and which are proven and it was accepted by the people globally, were taken into consideration. Now, due to this reader's response, you can find people who accept it as a majority. Let us say that in a particular clan there are 1,000 people and some around 600 people accept something, then that becomes an accepted ideology. So now throughout the world we can find different ideologies and different perceptions, and you can find this particular phrase, one man's poison becomes another man's food, became popular. So the reader's response theory once again has made a different shift, and it has given a different shade to the existing color. In 1990s, culture studies came to rescue, and here once again, based on different cultures, different sects, different races, different ethics, and different sect of groups or religion or whatever the division you can find in society, and all these were focused separately, individually, and each culture was given important. And culture studies further, it just paved way to another important movement or greatest study in literature called as feminism. And see, in culture studies, man was dissected, and the culture followed in each race was further dissected, and it is a study which is still, it is a never-ending study, and you can find this culture studies also which form as a greatest base. The World War played a vital role once again to change the shades of life and understanding of life and projection through literature. The two isms, modernism, which came out of as a result of the First World War by Fitzgerald and other writers like Hemingway, they start to focus on the spiritual and the psychological effects of war. So now, the other aspect of man, the inner aspect of man, and the life was also taken into consideration. And the Second World War came out with the postmodernism, where the inner self was identified, where the inner self itself, which is a kind of reflection which we find in a kind of large mass. The reflection of the inner self is there in the large mass, and the inner self is totally in isolation, and there is a fragmentation. So it is a kind of a study which moved from the society, the larger mass, to it just came into the culture, the civilization, and then it started focusing on the individual, and then once again the individual self, and it identified that this is something which has the diversification of sin. The single shade, we can find the red or blue or green, which was there already, believed that there's only base colors, but now we find that it is shattered into multiple colors, and it is not in a kind of coherence, okay, and this absurdity is there in the modern era, and Eliot also wonderfully comes out with that. Kafka, Camus, and Beckett, they all came out with existentialism. So, where they said that no preset rules define one's behavior. Of course. So, now that the whole world started to follow or to look into another aspect of the social life called as human rights. So, every individual should have his or her own rights. And this as a whole, after the world wars, can find that after the world wars, the concept of the colonization came to an end, and of course, the post-colonial era started. And you can find this post-colonial era, once again, it has given a kind of freedom not only to the nations, but also to the minds of human beings. And further, this has developed various movements furthermore. Feminism earlier was just a movement. Now, feminism has given birth to other gender studies like queer theory and chicklit, where women say, once again, I'm not bound to anyone else. I'm not bound to even my child. So, chicklit is something which is the recent advancement of feministic writing. And men started looking into the other aspects. So far, there was again the anthropocentric perspective of literature, and this was also being done away with, and we have started entering into the other realms of the universe itself, and so we have started expanding the realms of, or encroaching the realms of knowledge. We have started widening the arena of knowledge also. So here, after this post-colonialism, we find many post and cyberisms. So post-colonialism, post-modernism, post-colonialism, post-colonialism, post-humanism, post-apocalyptics, and we can find post-feminism. And even in this, see, this is a digital era, and this digital era, of course, welcome in this state after this pandemic, and this pandemic once again given a kind of different shade to life and literature. Okay, and here this is the cyber era, and now we have cyber feminism, cyber eco-criticism, cyber modernism, cyber historicism. Okay, so almost all the isms have been for that prefixed with the cyber post, which of course gives a kind of different ideology which is adapted by the art, which we can see that a kind of adaptation from Derrida. Okay, so he has deconstructed. Okay, so giving a different meaning to existing thing. So by deconstructing, continuously further, deconstructing, dissecting, we just come to new dimensions, and this conference is in line with that. So in the recent times, when the National Education Policy or NEP 2020 promotes and focuses on multidisciplinary studies, literature is already taking different shapes, incorporating multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and transdisciplinary studies. So here, it is high time you have to know that literature has not just being looked at as existing theories, and you are given the right to incorporate any existing theories from any other discipline. You can take Pythagoras theorem from mathematics, or you can take Newton's third law from physics, or you can take any or the chemical formula from chemistry, and you can just apply it in literature. Okay, so literature has become transdisciplinary, and these amalgamations of shapes and shades help us to know the shades in an unknown spectrum. So of course, now our the journey is not just not towards the visible seven spectrum, visible seven colors in the spectrum. Now the journey is towards the unknown. Okay, not only the NASA or ISRO, but literature is also something which just started focusing on the unknown spectrum, the shades of unknown spectrum. I hope this conference will involve more shades in the light of the emerging studies. Thank you once again for the patience.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information regarding the future, its shapes, and its characteristics. It will definitely help us in the future.
Success is often achieved by those who don't know that failure is inevitable. Now, it's my turn to invite Dr. R. Vasanta, the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of English,
Now we have our honorable guest, Dr. K. Kanthumuni, Assistant Professor of English, STMD, Vaishnav College of Women, from Chennai. She has written 5 journal articles and received the Solidarity Award. Now I invite her to deliver a special address.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. It's a pleasure to be part of this international conference, which is on the title Shades of Light in Literature. It's indeed an honor to be seated on dais with great personalities, correspondent, principal, head of the department, the first speaker, and also Balakrishnan, Dr. Balakrishnan from Pune Journal. I have enjoyed the hospitality of this college, and I'm thankful to the management, to the organizing team for the wonderful arrangement. My appreciations are also to Dr. Balakrishnan of Pune Journal, because through his conferences he tries to connect people. That's a great initiative, and that should be appreciated. Can we have a round of applause for him? So he tries to connect not only people from the state, crosses the border, brings resource persons, or connects us with resource persons from all over the country, crosses the nation, and connects us to people from various countries. So it's a very commendable effort that he has taken to bring people from different parts of the world together through his conferences. And so I'll just be very brief because I'm sure we have to start the virtual session in another. It's already time for us to start the virtual session, but I'll be as brief as possible. Giving you little idea of what I understand about the title of this conference. So how we find shadows or shades of light in literature. I'm sure the participants here will agree to me that all of us feel that life is resembling literature, or literature is resembling life. There's a lot of such thoughts that we have. I'm sure when you read through any of the passage of your poetry or prose or fiction or drama, you might feel that, oh wow, this sounds like my life. Have you felt that, students here? Yes, I'm sure to a great extent, most of us are able to relate to so many incidents that are mentioned in the text, to something that has already happened to us, to our friends, to our neighbors, to our family members, or sometimes you've seen that. So we find a lot of our life's reflection in literature, and literature, in fact, allows us to step back in time, know what happened in the past, learn about the life that was existing before we were born. We come to know so much about places, social settings, cultures, practices through literature. And yeah, we have a better understanding of cultures of various parts of the world. We can appreciate them through literature. So we learn lives of people from various parts of the world. I'm sure students of BA or MA English would be able to would have been able to understand a lot of the cultures and practice of people from Africa, Canada, from different parts of our own nation. So that's where we find a lot of shades of life reflected in the literature. And versatile dimensions of life can be seen in literature. What I mean by versatile is probably from an economically weaker section to what happens in the life of a very rich or affluent person. Even that we come across in literature. We get to know about the social, political, cultural, aspects of life of people from various countries. We know the history of a country. Probably students of literature might be very familiar with what are the different cultural practices in Africa, in America, in some of the tribal societies. All these are part of our syllabus. So we will be able to see so much of their life in literature. And Hudson says that literature is fundamentally an expression of life through the medium of language. So through language, we come to know what is happening in somebody's life. So that way, literature helps us to connect to so many lives. And it helps us know somebody's psychology also. Probably literature is one discipline where we can see so many disciplines in it. We can see how many we can understand somebody's personality, we can analyze somebody's psychology. We can know so many progresses that have happened in science over the course of time. We come to know about industrial revolution, how the period was during that time. We have never seen what an industrial revolution is, but probably through literature we have come to know how difficult times were, or how progressive times were, how the economic conditions of that time were through literature. And literature provides an ensemble of past, present, and future. Probably so many things that we are experiencing now. The device that we have in hand, which is the world right now. What is that? Which is the device that is considered to be our world? The mobile phone. Yes. Probably sometime back, somebody had already foreseen this, that the world will be in your fingers. So probably somebody had envisioned this kind of a life. And if you look at some of the works in literature, probably COVID was also kind of an anticipation. We have a lot of books which have already talked about pandemic and such situations, how a contagious disease can bring a complete change in lives of people. So all these we come across through literature. And literature reflects and comments on things that we encounter in life. Bradley, he says that literature entertains and educates us. At the same time, it can teach us about the past, help us understand the present, and empower us to create the future. I'm sure we all come across so many coincidences of our life, or similarities of our life in literature, as I've already told you. I will just give you a few examples from some of the texts. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but I'm sure Kamala Das, have you heard about the writer Kamala Das? If you read through some of her works, you will feel that she's talking something that any woman would want to express. Probably she's a confession poet, so her way of expressing is quite open. But maybe that was a desire that many of us wanted to express, but we couldn't because of the inhibitions. And in one of the poems, My Grandmother's House, she talks about the nostalgia feeling that she has when she visits her grandmother's house after a long time. And she remembers how the house was, how the grandmother used to sit with all her grandchildren, and the corners where the books were kept, how she used to interact with children. All that, when you read through this poem, you feel that, yeah, even when we visit our grandmother's house, probably this is the kind of feeling that we also had. So that's one. And if you have read Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, where it is the concern of the Bennet family to get married, to get their daughters married. They have 5 daughters, and the parents concerned about finding a suitable groom for their daughters. Again, the way the dialogues, the way the conversation moves, the way the situations are portrayed is something that almost happens in every house where they have a daughter. So that's how we see so many shades of life in literature. R.K. Narayan, a familiar writer, I think. So Swami and friends, if you have read this work or any other work of this, he portrays a small town called Malgudi, and the way the town functions. He present talks about the pre-independence time life of a small boy called Swami, and how he tries to partake in the moment in the political moment of that point of time. So probably we try to know about the past, we are trying to know about the life of people, including that time also. Another writer is Sudha Murthy. I'm sure she's quite popular right now. Why is she popular right now? Can somebody tell me? Rishi Sunak. Where you have a middle class Indian family, how they like to or they're aspiring to go to the US. Probably a very common incident that we see or a very common desire that we see among people. So how this is also reflected. Another fiction called Scarlet Pimpernel, where we come across French Revolution. So what happened in the French Revolution? Probably when we read through the history text, we might get bored. But when you read through fiction, you feel the way the incidents are presented. But there is so much of reality. We wouldn't say that it was fiction. The fact is presented to us in such a way that we understand it, we enjoy it, we also know about it. So I just would say that yes, literature, the shades of lives, shades of everybody's life is reflected in literature. It is a mirror of everybody's life. Whatever we encounter in life is what we encounter in literature also. And our life is the source for literature. So our life is a primary text through which we can derive so much of creative resource or creative material for anybody's writing. So life is the raw material from which the creative imagination of writers emerge. And I would just like to read a few lines of the short poem. I'm sure you can guess what the title of the poem is. I'm sure all of us will be able to relate to this. The most important thing we have learned so far as children are never concerned is never, never, never let them near your television set. Or better still, just don't install the idiotic thing at all. In almost every house we have been, we have watched them gaping at the screen. They loll and slop and lounge about and stare until their eyes pop out. Last week in someone's place we saw a dozen eyeballs on the floor. They sit and stare and sit until they're hypnotized by it. Until they're absolutely drunk with all that shocking, ghastly junk. Oh yes, we know it keeps them still. They don't climb out of the windowsill. They never fight or kick or punch. They leave you free to cook the lunch and wash the dishes in the sink. But did you ever stop to think, to wonder just exactly what this does to your beloved thought? It rots the sense in the head. It kills imagination dead. It clogs and clutters up the mind. It makes a child so dull and blind. So they were talking about, this is a famous poem, it's a lengthy poem, but if you want, if you're interested, you can read through it. It talks about the television. Probably when Roald Dahl, R-O-A-L-D-B-A-H-L, Roald Dahl wrote this poem. Television was considered a menace, something that parents did not want their children to spend much time in front of the television. But if you just change all these and think or add mobile phones, probably this is what right now we are in a situation where we don't want our children to have too much of contact with the mobile phones. Quite damaging effect it has. Okay, fine. Anyway, so we have to realize that yes, there are different shades of life that are reflected in literature, and literature teaches us more about life. Though we cannot experience more than one life at a time, through reading several books, we can experience several lives, we can gain variety of knowledge from the literary text that we wish to read. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, ma'am. You always inspire travelers in our minds. No wonder you are an influential person.
Thanksgiving has been a need of nobility around the world. And now I request Dr. G.J. Hamlin, Assistant Professor of English, to address the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, myriad colored participants, colleagues, and my dear students. As we come to the end of the program, that is the end of the inauguration, it's my duty to take a minute or two to thank the pillars who provide wonderful colors for this conference and especially the inauguration on the shades of creation. It was indeed a proud and joyous moment when our correspondent, Dr. Asif Pakising, permitted our department to conduct this conference along with both the publishers and offered all kinds of support to coordinators. On behalf of the Department of English and both the publishers, a big thank you to our correspondent for all the support given. Next, I would like to thank the main person behind this, who is none but our principal in charge, Dr. Esther. A colorful person who gives a prominent color to WCC and shades every meeting with a crispy and brief talk of his manner. Brevity is always the soul of Madam's wit. On behalf of the Department of English and on behalf of both the publishers, a big thank you to our principal for the colorful shade given today. The inaugural program can never be without an inaugural address. Dr. K. Kaviyarasu, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, has left a punching impression on all of us. And Vice College, Chennai, for the lecture. Thank you, Madam, for joining us today, all the way from Chennai. I hope the colors we pray here will remind you of and because of both the publishers and the Department of English, a big thank you. A big thank you to Dr. Subhatal Moses, the head of the Department of English of University College, and Dr. Balakrishnan, the publishers of both the International Journal, all the efforts taken. Thank you. My sincere thanks next go to all the participants, especially the teaching faculty of other colleges, research scholars, faculty and students of our college, who are eagerly and patiently waiting to listen to the keynote address. Thank you, dear all, for coming here on time. Let's all get ready to listen to the next sessions and learn new things, find the myriad hues in literature, and be colorful throughout the world. Thank you, everybody, once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
the persons of the day, the teachers, ladies and gentlemen, I really want you all. Honor and privilege to address you all this morning in this international conference. She was applied in the teacher. Understand the 4 seasons of life. Here I am with a lectures. After two lengthy lectures, I think I just, created the interest, telling you an anecdote. A king had 4 sons. He teaches them an important lesson. He decided to ask them to visit a cherry tree in the deep forest of their kingdom. During the peak winter, he asked his eldest son to go to the forest and examine the tree and come out with the description of the tree. The eldest prince, obeyed his father, he went to the forest and he examined or analyzed the tree and came back. And when he came back, he told that he saw a tree which is barren, which is very old and hopeless. He also said that he couldn't see any birds or butterflies around the tree, and the tree was almost dead, and it was better that it should be cut down, or else maybe later we cannot even use the log for firewood. During the middle of spring, the king asked his second son to visit the tree and come up to the description of the tree. The second son came back and said that the tree was not barren, rather, it was full of beautiful cherry blossoms and looked young and promising. He also said that the tree was surrounded by butterflies and bees, and these butterflies were enjoying the nectar of the flowers. Then, in summer, the king sent his third son to see the tree and come to the description of the tree. The third son also went to the forest, and when he came back, he said that he could not see any blossom in the tree. The tree was filled with more the tree and enjoy the fruits. Finally, in autumn, the king asked his youngest son to visit the tree. The prince returned and discovered the tree now had no fruits, nor flowers. There were neither fruits nor flowers, as his brother said. Having said that, the tree really looked very pretty, very beautiful, with all its colored leaves and lovely shades of gold.
connected to these seasons. The life, diet, and
இது
habits
வரலனே
were
அந்த
adapted
ஸ்கிரீன்ல
to
வரல
the seasons.
நம்ம வீடியோ அது வரல.
For example, a farmer would rest in the winter and sharpen his tools. In spring, he would prepare the land and plant the seeds. In summer, he would nourish his crops and protect it from pests like insects or weeds and other animals too. He was sown, or in the autumn season, he would reap the results of his efforts and patience and harvest the crop. And then the cycle would be
ஓகே டன் ஓகே
in the modern
அந்த
world,
சர்டிஃபிகேட்லாம் எடுத்து வச்சிருக்கீங்க.
due to all these technologies,
சரி
we have lost touch with nature, lost touch with seasons. We keep to the same routine, the same diet, the same lifestyle throughout the year. This makes us forget about the natural purpose of life and therefore creates an imbalance in this. At the seasons of nature, there are also personal seasons or shapes in our life. During the season of winter can be related to the times of sadness, heartbreaks, and loneliness or sickness. A season of spring can be related to, the time when we develop hope, new beginnings, and opportunities. And during summer season, we may find signs of growth, need for protection, and abundance. And during the season of fall,
அவங்க மேடம் பேசுறது அது சரிதான். இது மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்கிரீன் பார்த்தேன். அது என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க மேடம் ஃபுல்லா பேசுறது வரும். இப்போ அவங்க ஸ்லைடு போடுவாங்க. ஸ்லைடு இருக்கும், அது மேல அவங்க படம் தெரியும். அவங்க பேசுறது அது அப்படியே மட்டும் மாற்றி
when we talk about colors,
இது மட்டும்
and we see things to be in a certain manner because of the way our eyes sense the various frequencies of light reflected off from the objects. All the colors are different shades. For example, coral, fuchsia, blush, carnation, peach, magenta, flamingo are the different shades of pink. And in blue we have indigo, peacock, denim, sky, sapphire, navy, ocean, azure, etc. And even in white, we have different shades like green, ivory, eggshell, cotton, vanilla, etc. Likewise, there are different shades in our emotions too. For example, if you take love, is a kind of love which denotes sensual or passionate love. Philia is a love that happens between family members. George is a kind of love, every love towards the offspring. Again, is a universal love. This is the highest form of love. This denotes the love that God gives to mankind. And Logos is a kiddish kind of love, where the goal of this kind of love is to achieve some benefit, and this may at times result in betrayal as well. And we have Pragma. Pragma is love built on commitment and understanding. And Inertia is self-love, love within oneself. So there are pretty more shades of love, and almost all emotions do have different shades too. And these emotions come out as words in nature. The intention of any work of art is to change the outlook on life in a positive way, so as to make us aware of our progress, setbacks, and achievements. As much as work of art speaks about the author, it speaks about each and every one of us too. I think this conference is truly a corridor of introspection and to take the participants on a journey of thought and introspection. I'm sure that we will find ourselves. One needs to have a searching mind to reveal the hidden truths that go beyond the ocean. Let us dive deep and take our thoughts beyond the mind. I'm ready. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Source of inspiration may not be resources, Now, I request Dr. Manika Payman, Senior Lecturer of English Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication, University Program, Malaysia, to address online. For August presence online, we humbly be solicited.
பேர் என்ன சார்? கொஞ்சம் வரைக்கும் கொஞ்சம் வாங்க நீங்க.
Hello?
Professor?
Yeah,
Yes, yes. Yes.
Can I begin?
Yes, yes. Can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the organizing committee and all the participants. Okay, the title or the theme of this conference is Shades of Life in Literature. However, today I will be focusing on shades of life in immigrant literature. Right now, literature is a reflection of life. It reflects the life of people who have once lived and are living. We are so busy living our lives that we have no time to ponder on our lives. Only when we read works of literature, we tend to ponder on our own lives. Are we living our lives to the fullest? Ask this question to yourselves. Or are we so busy chasing after wealth and power that we fail to live our life? Now, reading works of literature enables us to reflect on our life and understand our purpose of life on this earth. Today, I would like to bring your attention to the works of diasporic writers of Indian origin and the lives that is reflected through their work. Yeah. Now, how do these people reflect their lives as immigrants through their literary works? Now, most of the diasporic writers tend to narrate about their quest in establishing a sense of belongingness towards the new country. More often than not, they also reflect the feeling of duality that conspires in their heart due to the difficult life and harshness they face in the new place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today we can find Indians everywhere. Yeah, throughout the world you find Indians. And on the day of Deepavali recently, UK announced its prime minister, who happened to be of Indian origin as well. Yeah, we are everywhere. Now, and these people, these writers who hail from these countries other than India, we call them the diasporic Indian writers. Now, the writers that I want to bring to your attention can be divided into two groups. Okay, the first group, I would say, the Indians who settled in Malaya during the colonial period. Yeah, the British took many Indians as coolies, as laborers, to work in the rubber plantations in Malaya. And another group of Indians, we often call them the forgotten Indians, they were taken to the Caribbean islands. Okay, if you go today, there are many Indians in the Caribbean islands. And these writers, okay, these people were taken to the Caribbean islands to replace the slave labor. Okay, when the slaves were freed, okay, they had no people to work on the sugarcane plantation, so they had to take these people from India to work again as coolies to work in this region. All right. So from this Caribbean region, there are many famous writers who are also known as the Kalapani writers. Okay, namely like Ramabai, Espinet, Lakshmi Prasad, Shani Muthu, V.S. Naipaul, the very famous writer, and etc. Now, these writers often discuss the problems of the Indian immigrants living away from their homeland, being alienated, discriminated for the reason of identity, race, and color. However, these novels also address the problems of diaspora, alienation, cultural displacement, and rootlessness faced by the Indian immigrants in the Caribbean communities. The writers from this region find themselves sandwiched between two different cultures. The immigrants face different experiences, like injustice, discrimination, and a threat to lose their own cultural identity in the foreign land. These writers often chronicle the lives of the early settlers in the Caribbean and how they managed to build a home in the new place, which is so far away from their motherland, India. For today, one writer that I would like to bring to your attention is K.S. Maniam, who beautifully reflected, the life of early Indian settlers in Malaya. Right? Now, K.S. Maniam is a second generation Malaysian Indian. The Indians in Malaysia, some of them are already the fourth generation, some are fifth generation. Okay, he's the second generation. His grandmother migrated from India to Malaya around 1916. He was born in Bidong, Kedah in 1942, a northern state in Malaya. Now, Maniam is a very prolific writer with impressive academic background. He has served as an associate professor in University of Malaya until 1997 and later turned to writing full-time. Now, most of his short stories have been published in different anthologies of Southeast Asian literature. Much of his adolescent years were influenced by the British and the Western culture. Now, Maniam is also the inaugural recipient of the Raja Rao Award for his outstanding contribution to the literature of the South Asian diaspora. His works often depict the life of the early settlers in Malaya. The migration of Indians to Malaya can be divided into two waves. The first wave of Indians are Indians who have been frequenting the Malay archipelago way before the arrival of British in the Malay archipelago. Okay, I presume some of you have been to Malaysia. Okay, so you would have met my fellow Malaysians here. Okay, now the first wave of Indian migration. I think now one movie that is very popular in the cinema is PS1, Ponniyin Selvan 1. Yeah, now according to Sadasivan, the first wave of Indian migration took place during Asoka's invasion towards Kalinga and Samudragupta's expedition towards the south. They have been present in the region since the period of the Chola dynasty in the 11th century. Most of these Indians were traders from the Coromandel coast, and some of them later settled in the coastal areas in the west coast of Malaya. The coming of these traders was from the 1st century to the 15th century. Now, during the zenith of the Malay Sultanate in Malacca in the 15th century, many Indians, mainly from South India, have arrived as merchants and found favor among the rulers due to their economic status. Many of them settled in this land, married the local Malays, adapted their culture, converted to Islam, and now enjoy the status known as Bumiputra, which literally means the son of the soil, which comes with various socio-economics and political privileges in modern Malaysia. The arrival of the people from India has influenced the country for more than 1,000 years. Then we have the second wave of migration, which took place during the colonization of the British. Rubber was introduced in Malaya, and the plantations were in dire need of cheap labor. So the Indians were sought after by the British, who were also colonizing India during that period. Most of these people were from the South India, who journeyed under the Kangani system and the indentured labor system. So the mass movement of these Indians took place from the year 1844 to 1941. Now, 9.1% Indians were brought as indentured laborers, while another 43.7% came under Kangani system. So another 10.7% came in with their own free will and were sponsored by the British, while 29.9% came in to do business and trade, which without any aid from the British. However, there is another group of Indians, 6.6%, who came in for other reasons as well. By the year 1957, there were about 820,000 Indians in Malaya, with Tamils outnumbering the other ethnic groups that moved from India. There were about 634,000 Tamils in Malaya then. The Indians in the present Malaysia, are the descendants of Indians who moved to then Malaya during the British colonization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is just a brief history of the Indians in Malaysia. Now, let's move on to how K.S. Maniam portrays the shades of life in his novels. Now, K.S. Maniam is conscious that he is living and writing within the national context that regards him as a national minority. Therefore, Maniam has explicitly turned to historical evidences as the background of his story. The Return is an autobiographical novel. The narrative opens with the story of Periyatai, who comes in with her 3 sons and struggles in a new place in Malaya. In order to live, she becomes a tinker, then a healer, and then she farmed in the land that she thought would help her. This narration is a poignant account of the matriarch's struggle to drive her own stake in a foreign land. However, the family house she established was threatened with demolition. Her son Kannan also toils in Malaya and tries to build a home in this new country. However, he too faces the similar fate like his mother, Periyatai. He commits suicide in the end. His son Ravi strives hard in education and becomes a teacher. Maniam shows the plight of his race through the character of Periyatai, who represents his own grandmother, who left her motherland looking for a better place. His grandmother's life was a part and representative of many Indians who left India and moved to Malaya. In his novels, Maniam shows the methods employed by the characters when it comes to establishing sense of belongingness. Maniam has carefully choreographed his characters in both novels to show how they longed to be part of this land and the rejections faced by them internally and externally. The second novel, In a Far Country, is about Rajan, a middle-aged Malaysian Indian who has come out of a remote estate and achieved success in business. He is disillusioned and goes through a midlife crisis. He shuts himself up in his favorite room in his house and reminisces his past. His story is filled with myths and history of the natives of the land and the immigrant Indians. Maniam also shows these through a very distinctive style of writing by using letters, notes, meditations, and flashbacks. Now, in both novels, Maniam clearly depicts the lives of the early Indian settlers and how they struggled to establish a sense of belongingness towards Malaya. Now, sense of belongingness has always been an intriguing issue in the lives of many displaced people throughout the world. It does not concern only the Indians, any other race that is displaced. Yeah, they face a problem in establishing sense of belongingness to the new place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what is your understanding about sense of belongingness? Yeah. What is sense of belongingness? Now, sense of belongingness is a psychological condition which is mainly caused by displacement. When a person is displaced into a new place, he or she will try to establish a sense of belongingness to that place. Now, establishing a sense of belongingness to a new place is very psychological in nature. The process affects the psyche and the emotions of the displaced people. The people who are usually burdened with this problem are people who have been colonized and displaced, either voluntarily or by force. This issue is very prevalent among the Indian settlers in Malaya. Now, why do these immigrants want to establish sense of belongingness? Yeah. Now, demonstrating belongingness is an emotional self-defense mechanism. Okay, it is a mechanism that enhances self-esteem and camouflages the emotional scars that comes together with any form of displacement. So by demonstrating the sense of belongingness, the displaced people are able to build their self-esteem to cover up the shortcomings that they face due to the displacement that took place. Now, people who are displaced often seek for elements that will make them feel connected to the new place. According to Valaran, the need for relatedness involves feeling connected or feeling that one belongs in a social milieu. Maniam has pictured how this displaced group of Indians try hard to establish a sense of belongingness to this new place. In order to establish a sense of belongingness to the new place, these people try to create a similar setting like their motherland, India. Yeah. In the written, Maniam shows how his grandmother has actually brought a part of her motherland, India, to this new place. This novel depicts the 3 generations of Indians who settled in Malaya. Now, it dwells into the different feelings of the 3 different generations and how they worked to establish a sense of belongingness to Malaya. The first generation settler, Priyatai, who is the main character's grandmother, is portrayed as celebrating and practicing all the rituals just like she did in India. Priyatai conducts the rituals to remain connected to the motherland, India, but at the same time wants to establish a sense of belongingness to the new land. Maniam portrays how Priyatai opened one of the 2 tin trunks she had brought from India. Handling every object gently, she took out a statue of Nadaraja. Perhaps Nadaraja spoke to her of the original spirit, her personal articles of the home she had left behind. It was a re-immersion, a recreating of thick spiritual domestic air she must have breathed there, back in some remote district in India. She brought along many things with the statue of Nadaraja, like a copper tray, a hand-woven silver and gold sari, bangles, her thali, and as wanted to create the same feeling of being in India. Therefore, she practices the rituals in a very extensive manner in order to feel at home in the new place. Now, I don't know how many of you are aware, the Deepavali celebration is celebrated very extensively in Malaysia. the current generation really celebrates very extensively compared to what you celebrate in India. Okay, so people will be on leave for 1 whole week, and they make very elaborate preparations. Okay, now why do people do that? It is to establish a belongingness. All right. Now, when Periyathai died, the first generation Indian immigrant in that novel, the rituals were conducted extensively by her son Kannan, who decided to keep her body for 3 days. Her death was celebrated like a festival. Kannan refused to follow the priest's advice in not to eat meat and so on. Though the priest prohibited meat, Kannan, her son, was spending extravagantly, feasting all the people in Bidong. The band was called to play solemn Western music for 3 days, and the procession lasted 2 hours through the town till she was brought to the pyre. Now, in the second novel too, in a far country, Maniam also shows how some rituals like slaughtering of goats are maintained in the estates by these workers. That Deepavali Eve, the slaughterers were in an unusually savage mood. The slaughterer still continued every Deepavali Eve, but I didn't go near the shed, Maniam says. Written, Maniam explains how the Indians celebrate to remain connected, to belong to the new land. The festivals, together with Thaipusam and Pongal, create a special country for us. We were inhabitants of an invisible landscape, tenuously brought into prominence by the lights, mango leaves strung out over the doorways, painting of bull horns the day after Pongal, and the many taboos that covered our lives. So can you please note that he is stating that an invisible landscape. So I think we should be able to read between these lines. What is he trying to say? This is evident among the present Indians, the descendants of the early immigrants, where they retained all celebrations and often celebrated more extensively compared to the people of India. Thaipusam is celebrated in many cities in Malaysia, and it is a public holiday in Malaysia. Other celebrations like Pongal, New Year, and Deepavali is also celebrated very grandly. The displaced people like to overdo their rituals compared to those in the mother country. By doing this, they feel at home in the new place. The characters in this novel too overdo their rituals and religious functions in Malaya compared to the same group of people in India. This is, you can see it, Thaipusam in Kuala Lumpur, Malaya. This is year 1900. Okay. This is Thaipusam in Malaya. Okay, owning a house. This is the most important thing for the immigrant people to establish a sense of belonging. Owning a house. Okay. One of the utmost wish of displaced people is to own a home. Owning a home is synonymous with establishing sense of belongingness. To own a home is to belong to the place. In Maniam's The Written, Periyathai, the first Indian immigrant, tries her best to own a house, but she fails. She dies without owning a house. Her son, Kannan, too, dies without owning a legal house. Kannan owned 2 dobi shops and a car, and he was respected by people from all races and backgrounds in Malaya. But like his mother, Periyathai, Kannan too built a house on a municipal council's land. They refused to grant him the ownership to the land, and he refused to move out of it. In the end, he burns himself in that house. He sets fire to himself. And he quotes the following to his son Ravi, the 3rd generation Indian. He says, "We can make all the money, get all the learning, but these are useless if our house pillars don't sink into the clay of the land. To Kannan, as the descendant of an immigrant, it is important to own a house in the new home. Only that will boost his self-esteem and instill a sense of belongingness. Now the question is, have the Indians in Malaysia managed to establish a sense of belongingness to the country? How successful are they? Now, in his novels, Maniam subtly shows the rejections faced by these Indians in Malaysia after the independence. In the return, Kannan, the second generation Indian, gathers a lot of wealth, opens few laundries, but in the end, failed to secure a house on that land. While Ravi, his son, the third generation Indian, decided to equip himself with education so that he can establish sense of belongingness in Malaysia and not die homeless like his grandmother and father. While in the novel, In a Far Country, Rajan, the second generation Indian, decides to become a land broker and started to accumulate lots of wealth. As a sign of belongingness, he recalls his father dying without a home. Another peculiar character Maniam purposely brings into this novel is Muniandi, who came to Malaya with his wife. Muniandi's wife, for some mysterious reason, withdrew completely into herself and died. After her death, this person, Muniandi, volunteered to take charge of the smokehouse in the estate. Rajan often wondered how this man could suspend his ambition and choose to live in the smokehouse. His ghost-like existence pointed to invisible center, and sometimes Rajan wondered if he was in occult secret communication with his dead wife. Muniandi was immense working in the smokehouse, as though he and the smokehouse became inseparable. Later, Muniandi was forced to retire from the job and he became homeless. He made the pavement of the shops as his home, but only to be kicked out by the Chinese shopkeepers. Rajan recalls the indignified death of Muniandi. His body was found outside the large furnace where the town's rubbish was burned. After the death of Muniandi, Rajan's father too died. Through these episodes, Maniam shows the helplessness of the immigrant Indians in Malaya. Maniam quotes this about Rajan's father. During the final spasms, he kept his eyes closed on a world in which he found no home. This was the pathetic condition of some of the immigrant Indians in Malaya, most of them dying homeless. Their lives have left a dent in the souls of their descendants as well. That is why people like Rajan decided to acquire wealth as a symbol of belongingness. Ladies and gentlemen, a close study on Maniam's novels will also show that these early immigrants and their descendants were suffering from the sense of duality as well. Now, duality is caused by the internal conflicts faced by these minority people. Since they were immigrants, they became the minority in the Malay-dominated country. After the independence of Malaya, many of them returned to their motherland, India, but some decided to remain in Malaya and become the citizens of Malaya, the new country of Malaysia. Maniam has clearly portrayed how the Indian characters in both novels suffered from severe internal conflicts. The hardships imposed on them in the plantation and the problems they had in their family make them regret coming to Malaya. In the novels The Return and In a Far Country, there are many episodes where the Indians are seen regretting upon coming to this land and lamenting their decision to leave their motherland. The internal conflicts that they faced caused them to develop a sense of duality in them. Although these Indians are displaced and influenced by the cultures of the host land, they still believe the notion of returning to their motherland, India, as well as preserving the cultures of their ancestral country. Now, according to Smith, these displaced people's culture is the experience of separation and entanglement, of living here and remembering or desiring another place. Coming to Malaya with the hope of finding a better future and a greener pasture was the only goal of these South Indians, of whom majority were Tamils. However, the journey from India to Malaya by ship was not easy. One must remember, the Indians did not come to Malaya in a luxury cruise. Their conditions were no better than the black slaves who were taken across the Atlantic Oceans to the Caribbean and the Americas by the white colonizers. The only difference was that the blacks were in chains and the Indians were chained by debts for the passage that they will spend the rest of their lives repaying through hard work. The mortality rate was high. By the time they landed in Malaya, many of them were unfit to work in the plantation. Since they were indentured laborers, they were not allowed to leave. They were put to work in extreme conditions, and their employers intended to get maximum out of them. Yeah, by the year 1921, there were about 470,000 Indians in Malaya, according to Sandhu. During the Depression years, from 1930 to 1933, many Indians refused to be repatriated free of charge to their motherland and chose to stay in Malaya. However, about 1/3 of the Indians decided to return to India. You can find this in Manikam's book. Maniam clearly shows how these Indians who chose to remain in Malaya suffer from internal conflict. It is evident in both his novels. After living and toiling on this land for decades, these people find that they are unwanted in that new land, or at least that is how Periyathai and Kannan in the novel The Written perceived it. Not willing to accept this, Kannan buries his dead son Kumar behind his house by the river. When the people advised him to bury Kumar in a proper graveyard, he cries saying, he says, I don't want to hide him. He must be buried in this land. Maniam also shows how these characters cannot get detached from India. Periyathai, in her deathbed, often rambled about the past to her grandchildren. Ravi listened attentively to her. Saffron-scented death-churned memories, stories, experiences, and nostalgia. She spoke about her life as a child, a young girl, a new bride, and a widow. She blabbered about her journey from India with her tin trunks. Many characters in this novel felt very depressed, living the same life again like in India. Ratnam, the drain sweeper, becomes addicted to samsu, a form of local alcohol, once his wife commits suicide. He also beats up Mutaya, the hospital attendant, and served a 5-year jail sentence. The lifestyle in their state was worse than the life in India for them. Many regretted their decision of coming to Malaya. Ravi's father, who failed to own a land in this new home, becomes disillusioned. The depression of not being able to be part of the country drove him crazy. The duality in Kannan peaks when he finds himself unable to own a legal home in the new country, when he realizes that he cannot return to India and that he had failed to own a home in the new country. He becomes restless and disillusioned. He says this, I've spoken to Gandhi and Nehru. See this Tundu? Mahatma wove it for me at his wheel. And Nehru said, why didn't you come to me before? I said, I had no time, working for my wives and children. I told Mahatma about my latest car. Not only white people drive cars nowadays, the Mahatma said. He touched his body as if remembering the wounds he had received when thrown out of the train in another country. You've done well, he said. But Nehru didn't smile. He said, go away. So the last phrase, go away, that is the rejection. This character feels that he's not wanted in the new country, and even the motherland does not want him back. So this is the type of the shades of life that is reflected in Malaysian Indian writers. Okay, now from this excerpt we can see that this shows the duality in this character. He feels torn between the two lands. The land he came looking for a better life does not want to accept him, whereas his motherland is rejecting him. This puts him in a dilemma where in the end he sets fire on himself in order to be part of the soil. Yeah, he burns himself. Patrick Chabel argues that the displacement involves experiences of separation and entanglement of living here and remembering or desiring another place. Okay, this is what was playing in the minds of these early immigrants. Yeah. Moreover, the concept of displacement refers to a double consciousness, which is a mark of situation of a person who believes and sees himself I repeat, moreover, the concept of displacement refers to a double consciousness, which is a mark of situation of a person who believes and sees himself as recognized by the others. Yeah, in this sense, the displaced person is looking at one's self through the eyes of the others. Yeah, he looks at himself, yeah, from how the other people perceives him. Okay, that is when the conflict starts. Okay, in the second novel, In a Far Country, Maniam highlights the sufferings endured by the Indians. Rajan's father and mother were rubber tappers in the estate. They both were indentured laborers brought under the Kangani system. Rajan recalls his mother and says that she went to the trees with secret vengeance, so that the latex, yeah, spilled outside the cups. At the end of the month, she found herself poorer by about $20. And the next morning, she attacked them with even greater ferocity. So they were so angry, okay, frustrated. So this reflects the frustration of the woman who actually came looking for a better life in Malaya. Okay, so Rajan's father, watching her, voices out his frustrations as well. And he will say this: "You want to cut up something?" My father said, learning about her destructive moods. "Cut me up." "Yes, I brought you to these trees, made you their slave. Put the wounds on me." The welled up disappointment and frustrations for failing to have good life makes them regret and long for their motherland, India. Now, according to Maniam, the rubber trees were never out of their thoughts, and it was a familiarity that veiled a depressing history. The Indians were brought to Malaya, one of the most lucrative colony, to cultivate and make the British rich, but it did nothing to enhance their lives or free them from the clutches of poverty, which they brought with them from India. The character Rajan in the novel In a Far Country pours out his frustration. He says, "My parents had not been the original discoverers. They had only responded to some colonialists' neat dream of acquisition. They came to this country and settled in an environment that was already prepared for their security and cultural continuity." Rajan too started to experience internal conflict when he realized that owning lands could not help him establish a sense of belonging to the land. In the quest to establish belongingness to the land, Rajan, this successful real estate dealer, goes into the real jungle, the tiger land, with the native named Zulkifli. He enters the thick jungle with Zulkifli with the hope of sighting a tiger. He feels rejuvenated being in the jungle and become aware of an ancient effervescence that has defied time and remained here among the tree trunks and the fallen leaves, the original smell of the earth. Here he realized the real value of original land, as he had been looking at lands just as pieces of properties that can be sold and bought. He didn't see any tiger and believes that this inability is because he did not belong to the place. He is supposed to feel the existence of the tiger, which means he has to become part of the country. So he returns with disappointment upon failing to feel the presence of the tiger. He also learns from Zulkifli, the native, that one needs to be the son of the soil and have ancestors to see the tiger. This statement indirectly causes Rajan to suffer further from the internal conflict. Now, the undeniable fact that the characters discussed in Maniam's novels still look at India as their motherland and Malaysia as merely a greener pasture to look for money, upgrade their social standing, and to free themselves from the clutches of poverty that had gripped them for generations. Therefore, they cannot bring themselves to fully belong to one country. Moreover, the culture, custom, faith, and language of the Indians differ completely from the ethnic majority's culture. So they find it difficult to achieve a sense of belongingness that requires the people to possess some sameness in their worldview. The descendants of these early immigrants try hard to establish belongingness to this new country by owning properties and land. But deep in them, they know that they can never fully belong to one country and they will constantly be haunted by duality. Reading and analyzing Maniam's novels gives an insight in understanding the psyche of the present generation of Indians in Malaysia. Today, there are 1.8 million Indians in Malaysia, making up to 7.8% of the total population. But surprisingly, 70% of prisoners are Indians in Malaysian jail, of Indian origin, without a strong economic background and having denied the chance to equally participate in the growth of Malaysia, many has resorted to violence. When the estates were divided and sold to smallholders, the Indians were forced to relocate themselves in the cities. Here, they were lured into gangsterism. So many of them were ended up being gangsters. Okay. We must understand that literature often answers lots of questions and actions that take place at present. I'm sure many of you have watched this movie Kabali, about a gangster in Malaysia. Of course, 50% of it is fiction, okay? Movies are fictions, all right? Now, in multicultural Malaysia, the Malays are politically dominant, the Chinese have the economic influence, and the Indians have neither. 70% of the 2 million Indians are very poor, and the national average poverty level is a mere 2.8%, according to Pondusamy in 2009. This is a statistic. Less than 1% of Malaysia's education budget goes to Indian schools, even though Indians comprise about 8% of the total population. This is from South Asian Voice 2008. Indians' participation in the civil services declined from about 40% in 1957 to about 2% in 2007. This is according to Kupusamy in 2010. 78% of the government services are occupied by Malays, while Indians share only 4%. This is according to Ramakrishnan in 2011. Indians comprise 60% of the urban squatters and 41% of all beggars. This is according to The Economist, February 22nd, 2003. 95% of Malaysian victims shot dead by the police, and 90% of deaths in police and prison custody victims are Indians. This is according to Pondusamy, 2009. The concept of duality that haunt these Indians and their descendants seems to be the cause of some of the self-destructive acts that they engage in order to expose their disappointments. This is a funeral, okay? Funeral of a person, a gangster who was shot dead by police. And you see how many people are gathered here. Look at the procession. Okay, while the blacks in America have completely Americanized themselves and become one with the nation, the Indians in Malaysia are still torn between two nations. Maybe because they realize they can never enjoy equality in this land. Or maybe because they realize that the natives of this land still look upon them as immigrants. Thus, for many of them, India, the Bharat, which their forefathers abandoned in the quest for a better life, remain as a symbol of self-identity that proves the worthiness of their existence. They take asylum, emotional asylum, in the slogan Jai Hind, which reminds them of the majestic cultural heritage they came from. In short, the land of India is their psychological assurance that they are not orphaned after all. Okay, with that, I end my keynote. I hope all of you enjoyed the session. Okay, if you're doing research, I would like to propose to you, please do research on Malaysian Indian writers, and also Indo-Caribbean writers. Yeah, you will find lots of things that you do not know. Yeah, so with that, I thank the organizing committee and Dr. Bala. Thank you for this opportunity, and take care. See you all. Bye.
Thank you, madam, for your relevance on people knowledge and wisdom. Participants from other colleges are asked to collect the lunch from the Department of English.
The name is
Krishna Esper, M. Anushya, Prerna, Dr. Priya, Govind Sagar, Dr. Ellen, Prafula, Mr. Shiny, Angelina Oshie, Dr. Dipti Davis, P.R. Asha, P. Singer. The names read above are asked to assemble sharply and slow for the paper presentation. Thank you.
তারপরে এটা পাল্টে এটা রাখি।
আলোটা দিকে করবি।
হ্যাঁ?
ও এদিকে মুখ করবে। সর।
তাহলে আমাকে দেখা যাবে ভালো করে?
না তোকে দেখা যাবে না। এই যে,
মুখ নেগেটিভ আসবে না?
না এই আলোটা কবে পড়বে যাবি না? চলো।
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Now I'm inviting Dr. Vasandan to conduct the online presentation session. The session hand over to Dr. Vasandan.
Very good afternoon, friends. I hope you can hear me out.
Yes, Professor.
Wonderful. So let me begin this my short presentation, thanking the host institution secretary, principal, and special thanks to Professor Bala and Professor KK for inviting me to this wonderful session. Thanking them all, I would like to give an outline about the presentation that I'm going to make now. The topic that I would like to discuss, I believe most of us are researchers. I mean, those we have PhD or doing research, whatever it is, we are all lifelong learners. In this note, I would like to just say a few things about the presentation that I followed in the morning. Professor in the morning, professor who has presented a beautiful note on the attitude of people, especially the immigrants to Malaysia, and the literature that followed because of the immigration. It was a wonderful session. I didn't even notice how time went on. Connecting to her presentation, I would like to bring inside the research aspect of literature. So I believe if I share my slide, I believe it will be helpful. So I'm just sharing it, and I hope you can all follow it on screen. So literary research, I would like to just make it simple. I don't want to make much time, take much time out of you, because all of you will be eager to present your ideas, and I believe that I will be able to support you with the experience that I carry as a researcher for more than 10 years now. And so at the outset, I would like to just give you an idea about my understanding on literature research or literary research. Literary here, I mean research in literature. If we Google, or if you go and search, you will always find, whenever you want to do a literature review or about research, do any kind of research in the internet, you will always find relevant to science. You'll always find so many things related to engineering research. But when we actually try to do some kind of research with regard to what kind of research that we could possibly do in literature, we do not generally find a lot of resources for us. And today we have to, many of the professors will agree with this one also, like though we have conferences, though we have lot of PhDs being given, though we do lot of research work, how good our research works are, how do we actually validate our researches, and how do we actually see the development in our research, especially in the area of literature. If you take engineering, there is there is a substantial research, substantial contribution, lot of funding, lot of outcome. That's what I mean to say. In the sense, what mostly in engineering technology, the research is usually reflected, whatever the research people do, usually reflect in terms of monetary compensation, monetary gifts, or even in terms of some kind of output to society. When it comes to our research, I mean, they also validate their research based on the citations, based on the relevance to people, based on the invited talks and so on, what people get because of their findings and inventions. When it comes to literature research, I mean, it is necessary for us to become little more serious and little more substantial. What I mean to say that we have plenty of colleges now, plenty of universities now. They all do good, but one area, I mean, we have to reflect upon ourselves how far our department, our research is according to the expectations of the world. How do people do research outside India? How do researchers do in Europe? How do researchers do in other countries? This will give us an idea about what we actually do today. Right. With this one, I believe I will, I think I'll try to present the whole thing on screen. I will not take more than 15 minutes, so please bear with me. Okay. Right. So I think the complete screen is available in front of you now. So to go ahead with, so my presentation will start with defining what is literary research, objectives, how we go with the research gap here, and then how do we have to organize. And the reason for me to tell you about all these things is that some of the people are gifted with good guides, some may not be gifted with, some might have, like if you see the research works in most of the universities, especially in Tamil Nadu, including even my own institution, we will find that almost research is being done on fictions. 80% of the research work that people will carry in literature will be mostly on novels and mostly on select novels. Even the Bharatidasan University VC on the other day, when I mean, during a conference that we organized in our campus, when I had an opportunity to speak with him, he also reflected upon the same thing. We understand people are doing research, and people are doing a lot of literature review. Literature review is necessary for research, but research cannot be only about literature review. When it comes to, he mentioned with words, he said that some selected Chetan Bhagat and few of the authors he spoke to, I mean, he even mentioned about those authors, and he told me there is what is the volumes and volumes of thesis, I mean, we could find on these people's name. They are all there, kept in the library, but nobody goes to even have a look at what those works are. How, why is this one? I would like to bring this 200 pages. We do research, and of course, university accepts and degrees are awarded, but how far these things are effective, and why and how we could make sure that even we do a great research that will help people make people understand, even make the world to look at us and look at us and admire us for the contribution that we make. Let us get into the topic now. Literary research usually we can put into two categories. One is about form, the other one is about content. It is a very good research if you can do the research on the form. Form in the sense how a work of art is, how the novel is, how generally novels are, how this one is, what is the difference, in what way it has made it a significant one. That kind of research, that's what I mean. It could be applicable to drama, for poetry and other things as well. And also about the content. The content part is something all of us are, like the previous research we saw, how a particular emotion is attached right from the beginning, and how that reflects in life, and how it affects human beings. and how deep is the issue that is being discussed. How human beings, how, because very simple, like when we consider as we are human beings in a particular place, that what is that, the sense of security, the sense of belonging, the feel that we are here. And all human beings, like any other animals, will love to own a place and consider the self as somebody, and somebody equal, or if not somebody who who owns that particular place or position, whatever. So that is inborn with all human beings, that is being carried out, and it's that carries on from the beginning to the end. That is a wonderful narration that we had. So as I spoke to, these are the things that we call as aspects of literature. So like when we do a research in literature, we actually try to do or look into these three things. One is to explore the text printed and or unpublished, to find out hidden linkages in various contexts of research, to clear unsolved doubtful concepts. Right? So we take novels for research, we take poetry for research, or we take drama for research. Whatever it is, we need to see it as a text. We need to look at it as like even unpublished works could be, and we need to explore them to find out. So when you analyze the text, analyzing a text does not mean that we just look into the story and give our own understanding of the story and appreciate the aspects of the story. Research is more than appreciation. Research is about understanding the structure, and research is more about understanding why the structure is structured so, and what is the result of that structure, and how far it has affected the society. Such kind of it is about that. So how will it come? It will come because of our understanding of text, learning about a lot of text, knowing the text, and getting into a particular text. Unfortunately, I have even seen professors or research, even research meetings, I will see people will come out with a proposal, submit the proposal, and they come out with the proposal, and the proposal is a research actually starts with the proposal. But even before coming up with the proposal, a lot of research has to be carried out, and only then it could be considered as a proposal. But even I have heard people say that only now he has brought the proposal, only now he will start learning. No, a research proposal comes with a lot of understanding, with a lot of background work, and that makes it more substantial. It is not something that they will think and they will do, but it has been already analyzed and worked out. It has been found as something substantial to undergo a research with. That kind of proposal is what at the college level, for PhD level, need to be considered to find out hidden linkages in various contexts of the research. Yes, there are like more than what others have found out, more than what others have established the research. So let us also look into the context of a fiction. Okay, Charan Bhagat comes in with few campus novels, and he brings to us a new world, which is, something which only the selected ones enjoy. Those who got selected for good institutions like IITs, NITs, and they get the chance of understanding the lifestyle there, and he brings us to that. And this is something for all young people, a dream, and they come to know about life there. Wonderful, everything is fine, but it is a researcher needs to carry on from here how far he has orchestrated with this concept touching, and he has inspired. So how that product of a campus novel was able to be could be managed to become so successful and managed to grab the attention of people. How what like how this trend, the concepts, and how far the social elements have worked in such a way, social aspects have worked for the success of work of art. So these are all things connected, linked with the text, without without a concrete evidences in front, and the researcher's duty is to go analyze and find out and come up with those things. Second one is unsolved, doubtful concepts. If something like there are with regard to the work form, as well as whenever we look into things, we will look at it in two different angles. One is the form, the other one is content. So how this form is so great and are so meaningful or not so, but even if it is not so popular among the people, even if it is not a bestseller, how far it is unique, and how this needs to be given a space, what is not given. Such kind of activity, such kind of research work comes in that other side. And even doubtful, like this is what even we doubtful concept. Okay, people carrying out with this attitude, people carrying on with this kind of understanding, appreciation, is that this okay, is this fine. You can even apply it on movies. To these days we get a lot of movies, very good movies, and people all appreciate. Like we have to even a researcher needs to understand this one, how far these movies are according to the expectation of the people. Is this art, the developments, the scenes, this expenditure that they do, are these things necessary? Even with media we can do a lot of research, like over these uncertain elements in the work of art, performing arts, and whatever. So these are all, the major requirements for us to undergo a research. And in front of our eyes, when we take up a work of art, when we work, we need to carry on these aspects. Right, I have given you a few. I will not be able to go deep into explaining literary. So what do we do actually with literary research? We do literary analysis, we do research paper, we do dissertations, we make research proposals, we do academic journal writing and book report. All these things are the research work that we do in literature. And before doing this one, in order to begin with, for all these things, what is essential is research gap. What is a research gap? Research gap is an area, something, a spot that is necessary to be filled up in engineering, in life science, and in any research domain for that matter. So how do we develop it? First, we need a broad and deep understanding of the research field. So a researcher needs a lot of reading and understanding before he becomes a researcher. Today, we are pushing MA students immediately, or even in the second year, or even even before they finish the degree, we push them to take up a PhD degree, and we ask them, guide them, make them to find a document and make them support. They need to go to a lot of conferences. They need to listen to a lot of people. They need to read a lot in a particular area of their interest. And then they develop that much understanding to identify that some area has not been focused in the field of research. And I believe that I'm capable of doing that one. When that one comes, he becomes a real researcher and his work becomes substantial. Then we start to see open opportunities. It is not about asking people, what shall I do? It is about finding for yourself that what you could possibly do and what you could possibly achieve. Then we go to the research question. Only after that one, the research question comes in. Like everyone has focused on the recent developments of this novels. Okay, I'm going with the novels because this is 90% of the people do in that. So I'll also carry on with that one. Okay, fine. I'm going to do in Czech literature. What is this Czech literature? Okay, everyone, some of not much research has not been done in this one, though it is popularly discussed. And what is it? I find today selfie culture is coming up, and this Czech literature and this selfie culture, and there is some kind of combination there. What is it? Czech literature people, they don't want to look at themselves or they don't want people to look at them like a normal woman or what they consider as woman. They want people to look at them the way they want them to look at. So what is that? That's what we do in selfie culture also. Like we take all, I mean, girls are happy and women are happy, or even men are happy to take a picture of them and show to people, and they want people to look at them in the angle, in the frame that they love to see themselves in. Okay, so they want the whole world to find it as a window to look at them. So that's what literate people also. So I'm connecting with this one. Let me carry on a research. That research is going, I mean, so I'm bringing up a thesis comparing the nature, how women are capable of enjoying their freedom or make the whole world look at them in the way they want to, in the form of Czech literature as well as in the form of selfie. What kind of connection it has got, how the latest wave of feminism is closely connected with this one. That kind of research, I mean, this will come when we have a lot of meditation, lot of reading, not only reading, also a lot of research that we carry because of our own um, inborn capabilities, looking at the world, looking at people. That is kind of research gaps that we need to fill these days, and the world needs people to come and look more into the not as much they look into the emotional aspects. We need to also look into the technical aspects of a work and psychological attributes, and most importantly apply our understanding we apply our understanding um, in the literary works as well as society. So this could be, that's what this kind of research will help us to make people look at us, our research, as a real scientific and useful work. Then organization, these are essential aspects, especially when we go with this MLA format. And a lot of our researchers do not focus much into statement of problem, literature review, or even methodology. And people will generally ask, what in literature we have methods? We go analyze, we read, and we come. But when we actually, even that, what we do systematically is a methodology. We could tell people that this is how I have come to the truth. I have identified the fact. First, I did this. From there, I understood this. Then I discussed with people. I took a survey and analyzed. I presented it in a conference. And there, people asked me questions. All this could be part of our methodology. And this is how we come to, we can even say that this is how we have come to the conclusion and final understanding, right? So I have, like, we can go with descriptive, we can go with analytical, and we could go with persuasive, and we could go with even critical. So all these are all essential, and only when we work with clear objective and clear aim and research questions, we will be able to bring out results that will be beneficial to the society and even to the students. And only that kind of research will make us, even people, to cite us, to quote us, to carry on with where we left to the next level. So I believe all of us do, and this is just to share with you that this kind of response, I mean, we have a lot of responsibility, especially to carry forward the research tradition in the field of literature to the next level, because it needs today the attention that, I mean, it needs the attention today more than ever in the past, and we need to help. Thank you for patiently following my presentation. In case if you have any doubt with regard to what I have shared with you now, you may please, followed by that, we can go for presentation straight away. Professor, can you hear me? Shall we go for the presentation session now, if you don't have questions? Dear friends, do you have our presenters here?
Yes, sir.
Shall we begin then? I hope all of you have the order of presentations.
Yes, sir.
Shall we begin then? May I call upon Abhishek?
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Abhishek Chaudhary.
Okay. So
Shall
please, please start presenting.
thank you, sir, for your presentation, as well as being the chair professor of this session. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all the organizers of the Department of English, Women's Christian College, Nagarkoil, and also the committee members of the Bodhi International Journal for successfully organizing this international conference. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all the fellow participants and as well as the intellectual audience who are witnessing this streaming. Now, good afternoon. In this post-lunch session, the very title of my paper is The Politics of Marginalization, a discursive reading of Prospero and Caliban in Shakespeare's Tempest. So this is the very title of my paper. And now I am just entering into my discussion. The greatness of Shakespeare lies in the fact that even after 400 years of his demise, his plays are read with equal interest and enthusiasm as they were done in the olden days. The secret of such sustained popularity probably lies in the fact that he was the least egotist. Instead of imposing definite meaning, he gave liberty to the readers to interpret, to reinterpret, to read and reread them according to their will. This paper attempts to review the character of Caliban from Shakespeare's The Tempest, not as a devil or landfish, but as a human being exploited and subjugated by the colonial master Prospero. Now, as I have mentioned that I have taken this character or my paper on, based my paper on Shakespeare's The Tempest. So throughout The Tempest, we see that Caliban has been narrated or painted through the eyes of Prospero. And he is called, that means Caliban has been described as earth, tortoise, hag seed by Prospero. I am quoting some lines from the text. A devil, a born devil, on whose nature nurture can never stick. So this is actually Prospero's version. But we can easily understand how Prospero's version is biased by his disgust and contempt for Caliban, that we may question whether he believes this literally. But very interestingly, in spite of the grievance that Prospero shows towards Caliban, Prospero does not abandon Caliban because the latter is his necessary slave. Like a colonial master, Prospero acknowledges to Miranda. I'm once again quoting some lines from the text. We cannot miss him. He does make our fires, fetch in our wood, and serve in offices that profit us. So this word is very important, profit. So always the colonial masters have tried to exploit the natives for their own benefit. And this has been very term of white man's burden. We all know this kind of term. Even Prospero's daughter Miranda contributes significantly to such an attitude. At first, she clearly considers Caliban as a human being. But later on, when she saw Ferdinand as a third man, she stated that this is the third man, but Prospero and Caliban being the two. Later, however, her view of Caliban has clearly changed. In comparison with the brave new world represented by Ferdinand and the other Italian countries, Caliban no longer seems to her worthy to be called as a human being. Now, I'm just referring just a word, the Caliban, how that word came into being. The name Caliban appears to be an anagram of cannibal. We all know cannibal, they are flesh eaters, a word coined in the 16th century as a variation of Carib, an inhabitant of West Indies. Though the white European believed these natives are savages and considered them to be the white man's burden, this is the term I have referred earlier, yet at times these very same beings were regarded as the primitive innocent men corrupted by civilization. And now I am referring to one seminal essay that has been by Montaigne, and that famous essay is of cannibals, where he had argued strongly that the laws and customs of the American natives were not barbarous or uncivilized, but were merely different from those of the Europeans. That means what the Europeans are saying, that is actually completely a kind of, they are trying to create a kind of inferiority complex, a racial discrimination. But the difference is only in color, not in any kind of superiority or inferiority complex. And indeed, that in their simple and self-sufficient way of life, they recall the golden age, which classical writers described. There has been much criticism that implies Caliban's lust for Miranda, often calling him a villain or evil. In such a world dictated by European norms, Ferdinand's repressed sexuality is considered a benediction on the other. That Ferdinand's shares are just similar to Caliban is true, but the only difference is that he manages to suppress them until future, when he will be able to marry Miranda. In Caliban's portrayal by Shakespeare, we can perceive how Europe or mainstream has always stereotyped that other, Occidental, and that kind of narrative of being the other, not included, and has always thrust upon it levels of inferiority, perverse. Shakespeare speaks of a world that glorifies Alonso's treason and Alonso's guilt, Sebastian's malice. It is a world where a woman is considered as an epitome of virtue merely because she is innocent. A world where a convoluted version of magic is given to us to let us know that prosperous magic is benevolent and that of Sycorax is evil. But the basic idea of magic being evil is actually not given. There is a world where mystification with the help of prosperous magic provides human improvement and overall peace. The basic evil of magic is ignored. Prospero does good to others, not by his natural goodness, but by the use of his magic. His brother is wicked because he had usurped Prospero from his dukedom. Then what is Prospero himself doing? He is actually denying Caliban his own basic natural habits. And now at the end, I can say that when Shakespeare actually was delineating with the character of Caliban's savagery, he does so through the eyes of Prospero. With an almost prophetic insight, the great dramatist has successfully depicted the white man's attitude to indigenous populations of the colonies, the entire history of colonialism that had brought about a change from kindness to oppression, from natural or mutual cooperation to conquering geographical native territories. The native is compelled to become an alcohol addict. This is actually what is happening with Caliban too, so that he is reduced to a state of stupidity and dependence. Out of all this arises a confusion and a hatred towards the exploiter. In Caliban, we find a similar hatred towards the ruling colonizer. He is helpless and mentally weak, but his desire to protest and break free burns strong in his heart.
Dear sir, sorry to interrupt you. It will be great, like we don't have much time. It will be great if you can actually describe the structure of your work and your findings.
Within a minute, I am concluding, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
A European Shakespeare, however, shows that he complains not of exploitation, but of betrayal, because he is wise enough to realize that Caliban, with his alien norms and less corrupted nature, is unable to understand the manipulations of Prospero, because Prospero, as Shakespeare delineates with great subtlety, is the symbol of the methodical conqueror. Thank you, sir.
Sir, a simple question based on your research. Do you feel that the world is opinionated already with the opinion, or they have this longing for the opinion to look at the other side with a particular perception? Is this, I mean, how do you feel? Is this the nature of the world, or it could be a kind of, is there anyone who has managed to come out of this one? When it comes to marginalizing, like I feel that the attitude of the people somehow is everywhere universal, that opinion of considering one with one set of bias is essentially present. What do you feel?
Yes, sir, it is of course so that the issue of marginalization is not that you can describe it in one term, because one single experience may not correlate with others' experience. So it is actually multifarious in nature, and the person who is becoming the victim alone, he or she can describe that kind of feeling. Others can only explain in their own terms, but you can show sympathy, but empathy is something different.
Great, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your views. If there is any question from any of the presenters, I welcome them. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Then we'll move on to the next presenter. Next presenter will be Dr. Jaita Ray from Rabindra Bharat University, Kolkata.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the seminar for giving me this opportunity of sharing my views. I feel today's seminar topic is very, very interesting, extensive, deep, profound, and is capable of immense reflections, shades of life in literature. And I feel one writer who does justice, total justice, to this topic of portraying the colors of life accurately and succinctly is Anita Desai. My topic is the feisty and fiery characters in Anita Desai's Fire on the Mountain. Anita Desai's work focuses on the inner world of her female characters. The writer very deftly colors each character and brings out the fire that burns within her women characters. Like fire, each of her characters have the potential to remold and destroy. In the case of the three women characters, Nanda Kaul, Raka, and her great-granddaughter, Raka, her great-granddaughter, and Ila Das, the image of the mountain serves as a metaphor for the strength and steadfastness of women. In the novel, she stands like a mountain looking down at the shining plains with a fire inside her, a fire that has been suppressed under the heavy responsibilities given her. Nanda Kaul stands for any other ordinary housewife whose wishes remain buried under the heavy burden of domestic duties and responsibilities imposed by family and society, and force her to forego all her inner desires, wishes, and become a slave to her family, which only knows how to extort love, care, and duties from her, but gives back nothing in return except negligence and heartaches. Apart from Nanda Kaul, the novel portrays two other women, Raka and Ila Das, who are also cursed, but their miseries are of different dimensions. Raka can be seen as Nanda's reality, and Ila Das acts as the past to Nanda's world of dreams and fantasies. Fire on the Mountain has been composed in three parts, and each part introduces one woman character, Nanda Kaul, Raka, and finally Ila Das. All the characters seem to have one feature in common, and that being immersing themselves in solitude, though in Ila Das's case, she is compelled to lead a life of loneliness and misery. In Fire on the Mountain, the central characters seem to be scripted to perform certain roles. The conflict in Anita Desai's characters arise from their inability to perform the roles the society demands from them. All the three women seem cursed by different sets of misfortunes. Nanda Kaul in the first half is found to be one such character who, in order to free herself from all sorts of ties and bonds, maintains the life of a recluse to find her own self and mental peace. Finally, she weaves a web of her own dreams and fantasies and feelings of nothingness. And in this book, it is reflected very well in the lines that goes like, I quote, she would be like a charmed tree trunk in the forest, a broken pillar of marble in the desert, a lizard on the stone wall. This is taken from Fire on the Mountain. The love for solitude, in the case of Nanda Kaul, is short-lived, for very soon her great-granddaughter Raka enters into her world to disturb her mental peace. She comes across as a ditto copy of Nanda Kaul and is even a greater sort of a recluse, but instead of disturbing the quietude of the neighborhood, she adds to the silence, so much so that Nanda pines to make her open up. Nanda received a lot of honor and prestige as the wife of a vice chancellor of a university in Punjab. However, all the layers of wealth, riches, and domestic helps could not help her to lead a life of peace, happiness, and satisfaction. She followed all her duties and obligations throughout her life and felt no sense of loss after the demise of her husband, who had been involved in an illicit relationship with another woman Miss David. In order to maintain his reputation in society, he kept up an appearance of being a happily married man whose wife was efficient enough to maintain the domestic front, and this increased his reputation in the social circles. He used her as a mere decorative item needed for the smooth running of his house. Even when referring to the house, she always described it as the Vice Chancellor's house and never her own house. Her bruised, unfortunate marital life created a barrier that pushed all relations out of her arena. But so long as she lived alone, it became impossible for anyone to make her realize that this staying aloof in the house was an impossibility. And so Anita Desai brought in Raka, a convalescing child who is a product of a ruined relationship between her parents. Desai shows how a woman is supposed to suffer everything and remain a dumb spectator to all atrocities and brutalities that are inflicted on her. Nanda Kaur had a reason to be a recluse of past traumatic experiences. But Raka's reasons are different. She had witnessed the chaotic life of a mother, and that had been instrumental in making her develop a distrust for all human binds and ties and relations. The only thing she pined for was to be left alone, and she also felt inclined to pursue her own secret life among the pines and rocks of Kasauli. Having spent a number of years in a broken home, she loses trust in any sense of belongingness, very similar to Nanda Kaur. Like Raka, Nanda too gets trapped in a situation between reality and the world of fantasy, a world where she craves for affection, attention, and some amount of love. This gets revealed when we see how, in order to win Raka's affection and attention, she cooks up stories to create interest in the rather indifferent great granddaughter, Raka. Raka enters Carignanon, that is the abode that she stays at Kasauli. Nanda Kaul stays at Carignano in Kasauli, and there Raka enters as her nemesis. What Nanda had created so far, a shell of privacy and solitude, gets broken by the urgent hammering by Raka into the world of Nanda Kaul. Added to this, Ila Das, Nanda's old friend, arrives with the past, which Nanda had been trying so hard to avoid. She had so far fought against any outside influence on the peace of Carignano. Ila Das is a social worker and Nanda's old-time friend who leads a life of full of
Ma'am,
pain. Yes, sir.
ma'am, excuse
Yeah,
me.
in a minute I'll be
Yes,
finished.
ma'am.
Who leads a life full of pains, miseries, misfortunes, and starvation. Although her family was wealthy, her brothers wasted away their inheritance and forced the two sisters out of the house. However, she has a fighting spirit and she fights. She contains the spirit to fight back for her existence. At the end, she gets raped because she had tried to save one of the daughters of the rapist from child marriage. Ila's brutal rape serves as an eye-opener for Nanda Kaur, who realizes the futility of her own life and soon after dies from heart failure. The past that all these years she had been attempting to blot out now returns with a vengeance to torment, torture, and haunt her. I come to the end of my paper. Raka is the only figure among all these female figures in the novel who remains unvanquished till the end. And towards the end, she is found to set the trees and forests on the hills of Kasauli on fire, thus setting free all her secret and dark past. She alone has the courage to face her life, unlike the two elder women. And Anita Desai has done this very deftly, not only in Fire on the Mountain, but in many of her other novels like Cry the Peacock, Feasting, Fasting, Where Shall We Go This Summer, etc. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, a very quick answer for this one, please. What do you think is the most distinguishing aspect of this author?
Sir, when I read, I am very interested in reading Anita Desai's novels. In fact, I finished reading almost all of them. I ordered them online and read them. While reading them, what I liked most about her is the vividness of her psychological detailings. Like she's very detailed in her revealing the inner dramas, demonstrating, presenting, revealing the inner drama, which she does as if it's like a picture. She makes paintings with her words. She's very
Great,
good
ma'am.
with her word images.
Can you compare her with anybody?
D.H. Lawrence, because I've done my research on D.H. Lawrence. And though he's a foreign writer, English writer, and she's an Indian writer, they both are good with words. They have a very great knack in penning down whatever they think, and they think very deep and philosophical.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, please share it in the chat box. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, ma'am. Now we'll go to Ishaq Ahmed. Ishaq Ahmed.
Yes, sir.
Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. Sir, if you have your presentation, please, sir. I request you to give the content like part by part and your understandings and your findings within 5 minutes, sir, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you. First of all, very good afternoon to everyone, and I congratulate and convey my thanks to the organizing committee who have given me such an opportunity to share my views. And my topic here is globalization and tribals exploitation, a study of Gopinath Mahante's aunt, short stories. So in this research paper has highlighted the tribals exploitation and their poverty with the reference of Gopinath Mahante's short stories aunt. It has been depicted that how the poor tribals are being exploited due to globalization factors and how they are striving for their existence and livelihood. There are the keywords which I use here: globalization, hierarchy, bureaucrats, and tribals, exploitation, modern dilemma, hunger and poverty. Globalization means the process of fast flowing of ideas, cultures, goods and services, finance, communication systems, economy, rules and laws for a global society, interconnection and interconnectedness of different individuals, groups, nationals and international societies and governments, and different NGOs across the countries throughout the globe. There are some certain definitions which I would like to quote here, as Martin Kohr asserted: globalization is what we in the third world for several centuries called colonization. Thus, globalization is traced back since the time Europeans have started their voyage to discover the world and had made colonized the different parts of the world, and at the same time when they have colonized India too. As it is described by Giddens about globalization, that encouraged competition among the steady constituted and in different nations make the world, I quote, make the world of winners and losers. Therefore, the study of Gopinath Mahante's art story is related and relevant to highlight the tribals exploitation due to globalization factors as the existence of winners and losers in tribal belt. In this story, we can see a dilemma of globalization, which is defined by Scalte in his theory as globalization as westernization or modernization, in which he described that globalization is also performed through bureaucratism. Thus, the aunt story also represented through an officer, Ramesh, who visited the tribal area to catch the rice smugglers with his an old age peon Binu and 8 porters of the Kund tribe of Odisha. Gopinath Mahante has portrayed globalization scenes through the bureaucrat, which is described in the definitions of bureaucratism by WHO Ramesh in his short story, The Aunts. When Ramesh was tired to climb up the hills seemed him difficult. He recriminated and showing his anger via his body language said, I quote, "Why you seem to tire so easily?" Here Mahante has pointed out how a bureaucrat, the Ramesh, representative of globalization force was himself unable to climb over the summit due to tiredness, inversely burst out his anger on his peon who belonged to a tribal community without acknowledging his own tiredness. Mahante has also depicted in the ant story how the tribals are being exploited through hierarchical system of globalization. When Binu Pian was scolded by his officer, he further transferred his anger and scolded the poor tribal porters as he shouted, I quote, "Hurry up, you lazy bones, you lazy bones." In this way, the Pian Binu.
Please sum up, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Please sum up, sir, sum up.
Okay, sir. Actually, in this short story, Mahante has depicted that how the tribals, the poor tribals are being scolded and their life existence is on the edge due to the globalization factors, and in which we can say, as Steger has defined one forms of globalization that's called organization extended globalization, in which we categorize that the court, law, and police and the other departments, which also play their roles to push them toward their edge and not taking their concentration to pull up from this poverty, and even they are trying to implement their rules and strict regulations upon them instead of to help them. They are treating them like not as a human being, but like animals, because they don't think that they are human beings. They are actually trying to push their own and trying to show their own authority and power and rules and regulation on them. On the other side, while they are struggling for their livelihoods, and they were struggling for their livelihoods, as we know, it has depicted in Gopinath Mahante in these short stories, the enemy is the great enemies. Sorry, the hunger is the great enemies for them, and instead of the fear of tigers in the forest, dense forest, or anything else. In this way, Gopinath Mahante has depicted in his writing that exploitation, depicted the tribals' exploitation in the context of globalization, which is imposed upon them. As Jimmy Carter is the 39th president of United States of America, he said that if you are illiterate and earn only $1 a day, so the globalization is not a good for you. So here it seems that his statement became true in this context. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I have question, but we don't have time.
Yes,
as
sir.
quickly as possible. Okay. Like, do you think any kind of change this tribal as well as marginal portrayal is bringing in the society?
Sir, yes, there are some kinds of changes has come in their society, but it needs to improve them more, I think.
Okay. Right,
Yes,
sir. Right, sir. Thank you so much. There is, but it is still expected to come up better. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Can I now invite Ms. Kaushalya? Sorry, wait. Just hold on. Umesh Kumar of Karnataka University.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you.
Yes.
Well, the topic of my research article is the redemption of Igbo women in Nigeria, a study of.
So your voice is not clear. Little bit. Just check your microphone.
Okay. Yeah. Now is it? Am I audible, sir? Now?
Yes. It is better.
Hello, sir. The title of my research article is The Redemption of Igbo Women in Nigeria, a study of Buchi Emecheta's The Joy of Motherhood, and Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's Purple Hibiscus. Well, Igbo women of Nigeria, they're truly different. African women are entirely unique compared to their counterparts across the world. African studies and literature have often confronted the African realities and status of African women. The female writers of Africa have effectively portrayed the women of the Igbo community. Well, why I mentioned the Igbo communities as women are completely unique. They belong to a tribal community. In fact, both the writers, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and Buchi Emecheta, also belong to the Igbo community. They are constantly subjected to triple jeopardy because of class, caste, and race. They are illiterate. They're not educated. They have black skin, and they have been the victims of colonization and also male patriarchy. This is what the pathetic situation of Igbo communities as women are. This is why the prominent authors, the female black writers of African countries, they do address the issues of tribal women across Africa. Like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie addresses the same thing in her novel Purple Hibiscus. Purple Hibiscus becomes a metaphor for the scent of this purple hibiscus symbolizes the freedom, the scent of freedom for African women. They are like, they live on this double-edged sword. One thing, they're being marginalized inside their homes, and outside by the erstwhile colonial masters and also the male patriarchy. So this is the way the Igbo women, tribal women, have been suffering within their own community and at a larger level of the society. Buchi Emecheta, in her novel The Joys of Motherhood, addresses a major issue of being suffered by Igbo women. The title suggests the joys of motherhood, but in reality, this is ironical. The novel is not about the joys of motherhood. Buchi Emecheta strongly argues that the motherhood has been thrusted upon by women, by the patriarchal system. It is said that to be a woman is natural, and to be a mother is divine. Well, Buchi Emecheta questions this. She raises strong objections to this dictum. Why a mother cannot feel the sense of fulfillment without giving a birth? Who has told this? Who has asked for a woman to be a mother, to deliver a baby, to feel that completeness, her womanhood? This is what she raises a question. In fact, most of the Igbo women and the widows, their genitals are mutilated by the male folks of Igbo community just to keep her under control. The child abuses, the domestic violence being suffered by Igbo women are strongly questioned in both the novels, The Purple Hibiscus and also The Joys of Motherhood. My findings suggest that it is for the world to see and understand why Igbo women are so completely different from others. Others in the sense, the lipstick feminists of the Western countries and also the East. African women do suffer in a very unique way. The very first thing being their black. Nowhere the color black is celebrated. No, they're illiterates and they have been under the constant suppression, oppression, depression, and deprivation. The world has to discover how and why they're different, and this has to be brought to the notice of the United Nations organization. This is what my major finding of my research article is all about. So I have examined the pathetic status of Igbo communities as women and their uniqueness in the light of both the novels, who also, the writers of these novels also belong to the Igbo community. So that way, it makes more authentic and original, the novels. Thank you, sir.
Wonderful, sir. Clear and lucid presentation. A simple view is this. What kind of feminist reflections do you see here?
Well, I don't see a feminist reflection at all here. It is surprising because Buchi Emecheta herself says she's not a feminist, she's a woman. A woman has to be understood as a woman, not as a feminist. That is what my thinking is about. Basically, both of us are human beings, no matter a man or a woman. So women should be treated as a human being, right? Retaining the respect, men are indispensable for society. So why this fight for equality? Let us respect both. That is what my point of view is.
Great, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you for a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Now, may I call upon Kaushalya V of Kanchi Mamunivar Government Institute of Postgraduate Studies and Research, Puducherry. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, please carry on.
Good afternoon. I'm Kausalya, Research Scholar at Kanchima Munipa Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research. The title of my paper is Narrating Illness in Buchanan's The Beginning of Everything, a Reading in Health Humanities. The Memoir, The Beginning of Everything, The Year I Lost My Mind and Found Myself, written by an eminent American writer, Andrea G. Buchanan, reflects the marginalization and victimization of women in healthcare service. In this scientifically advanced era, we believe that women have transcended the rigid boundaries set by gendered stereotypes and have attained equality, par with men. But the truth is that even today, women encounter many injustices because of sheer absurd stereotypes cultivated by sexual dimorphism. Women occupy the periphery in getting access to healthcare system because they either get misdiagnosed or overdiagnosed. In the former case, foregrounding the biological aspects of the female body, which perceive women as emotional, fragile, and hysterical, physicians basically dismiss women's symptoms as delusion, whereas in the later case, women are used as inputs for testing drugs, which leads to psychological dilemmas and financial burden. Set in this context, the research examines how sexism, which got its root in the 18th century, continued to reign and exert pernicious trauma to women in accessing healthcare. Besides, it highlights the prejudice, humiliation, and ill treatment which women encounter in healthcare service by analyzing the subjective experience of Buchanan as a specimen. Diagnosis, the first clinical procedure comprised of questioning, is always a hot trial for women because it sets out with preconceptions. For instance, when Buchanan approaches the rheumatologist with a complaint of pain, she feels her position is a double-edged sword due to tricky questions raised by physicians, like whether she has friends, whether she is in a relationship, whether she is sexually active, etc. It is explicitly apparent that these queries are in no way relevant to her pain, but physician deliberately inquires about it in order to trap Buchanan. That is, if she answers to any of these questions in a way the physician has not expected, then a diagnosis would come to an object end with a report that the illness is all in her head. Besides, the physician question about her sexual life reflects the deeply rooted gender bias. Taking Buchanan's age into consideration, the physician presumes that she must be sexually active, even after Buchanan calmly denies the assumption. The physician is steadfast in his claim that no, not at present, somewhere in the past she would have been. This carefree judgment makes Buchanan feels humiliated and depressed. The notion of character assassination, which is wielded as a trump card by physician, manifests hard-wired gender disparity. Finding no other means to make Buchanan admit that the symptoms are nothing but a delusion, the physician evokes psychological distress by sarcastically questioning a sexual life. After trying all means to categorize Buchanan's symptoms of pain as crazy, the rheumatologist tries his last move by inciting the emotional side of Buchanan. He thinks that Buchanan would lose stop if he pretends as if he is very empathetic about her condition. Towards the end of the clinical examination, like a typical gentleman physician, as if he is really concerned about her, he asks whether she has any doubts. Buchanan is clever enough to comprehend his implicit intention behind this question, which she articulates through internal monologue. I quote, "If I ask too many questions, I risk being seen as difficult, one of those crazy patients. If I don't ask any questions at all, I risk being seen as unmotivated, uncaring, and affectless." Unquote. Similarly, the subjective experience of pain and the nature of taming it differs from one individual to another. But in healthcare, physicians often do overlook women complaint of pain than men. To elaborate it further, Buchanan has a competence in holding back pain and pass for healthy, a skill which she obtained from musical training. The skill of hypercompetence, which she considers to be an inevitable drive to survive in musical career, works against her when it comes to healthcare service. The physician casts a distressful look when Buchanan passed for healthy and complained of pain. To break the gendered stereotypes that women tend to exaggerate the transitory symptoms of pain and wield it as a strategy to escape from obligations, Buchanan learns medical diction to convince a physician about the seriousness of her illness. But to no avail, because in the end she is recommended not with right medication like painkiller, which is usually prescribed for male, rather antidepressant drugs and psychiatric consultation is the remedy. This implies our physician was seen to attribute idiopathic components to women complaint of pain as something that has been invented. To conclude, gender disparity acts as a slow poison in healthcare service because it deprives women of their right and exacerbates the illness instead of treating it. It is time to raise women consciousness about gender stereotypes, which carve out identities and characteristics so that it can be counteracted. Besides, in medical curriculum, literary narrative should be included in order to inculcate the notion of effective empathy in physician, which would put a full stop to gender disparity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And I'm just quick question here. Do you think that of late we have a lot of memoirs coming, especially presenting this gender disparity as one of the opportunities to win the audience?
Yes, sir, because women have started to write member related to their illness in order to get justice against gender discrimination. There are many illness members related to schizophrenia, like CSF. Many illness members are coming so that they can voice against this notion of gender disparity and can get justice in healthcare service.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Nice presentation it was. Next.
Thank you.
Let me call upon Mrs. Ray. Sorry. Let me call upon Amala Steffi, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, to present. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So here I am with the topic, Black Survivors of the Tough Times in Margaret Lee Shetterly's Hidden Figures. So we are going to say a brief intro about the author and the overview of the book and straight away getting into the challenges. So yes, Hidden Figures is a non-fiction work written by American author Margaret Lee Shetterly. In 2013, Shetterly founded the Human Computer Project, an organization whose mission is to archive the works of all the women who worked as human computers and mathematicians in the early days of NASA during the space race between America and Soviet Union. So Margaret Lee Shetterly's major works of writing is basically on Black history and commonly on women's history. Actually, Shetterly started working on this book in 2010 and it was published in 2016. She sold the movie rights while still working on the book, and it was adopted as a feature film of the same name with the same same year as Hidden Figures in 2016. So next is actually this book on whole is a revelation of the American dream and the untold story of the Black women who helped to win the space race. So with these challenges and the survival of these three Black American women, these three Black American women were working at NASA for different distinguished places, like in scientific, mathematics, and in computer sections. So there were several incidents that they faced in their workplace, which made them strong and which pulled them down in the career path. The first is the incident of car breakdown. So here all the three, Catherine Johnson, Mary, and Dorothy Wohan, were rushing to this research center, and their car breaks down. Meanwhile, a white policeman came along and questions them about their profession, travel, and suspects them and doubts them whether these three women, particularly Black American women, were working in NASA for the America's dream. So he escorts all the way to the research center to confirm that they were working in the NASA's research center. So this is really an unfair treatment, like asking a commoner about their profession, suspecting them, and questioning for the ID proof. This is really an unfair treatment. This was just happened to them only because of the women's were black, and it is really an unfair treatment. But they took it as an irony as a car full of black women chasing a white cop. And this enthusiastic and take it easy character that would be really a great backbone for their success in their career path. And next is specifically getting to the first character, Katherine Johnson. It was that she was discriminated in every aspects in the workplace, like labeling a separate coffee pot for a colored one, and like discriminating with the colored restroom, which took her to travel 20 minutes of travel to soothe herself from the workplace. And all those things really took her to the grounded, but she stood for herself and spoke and came out and became an empowered and succeeded in her workplace, in her career. And next is Mary Jackson, and she was the first Black female engineer in NASA. So she got special permission from the city of Hampton to join a white engineering college, and she was the only Black female aeronautical engineer in the field of science in the period of 1930s of space race. And next is Dorothy Vaughan, a human computer who was like leading to around 20 to 30 other co-workers of human computers, and she became an expert in Fortran programming, like formula translating programming, which was the first basic thing of machine computer. So she found that machine computer will be soon away taking the place and role of their human computers. So she became an expert in Fortran programming, and even leaded the white peers too. So she became NACAS, a National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, first supervisor. So these three women, with this, I conclude that with these three women's experience of surviving all those struggles, like overlapping of racism, injustice, these three women prove the world that strength has no gender, genius has no race, and courage has no limit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Now, dear friends, please note, let us wait for the, let us wait for a while for the validatory function to get over, and we will continue after the function. So please follow the events till then. Others, after the presentation, we can have enough time. After the validatory function, we can have enough time also for the discussion. Thank you. Please bear with us.
Kindly and Delinda Oshie, Gifty Davis, P.R. Asha, T. Jingle, A. Jethal Prashanta, Donna Angel, A. G. Vishyanath, Rashida, Michael Grayson. Hannah.
So morning session. So now we start. Then on the mobile number, are going to start. Welcome. Just yes. We are going to start validated.
The paper presentation comes ceremony will begin shortly. Dr. Sylvia Leonetta will join us through online.
யாரும் வரல அவங்க. அந்த லீடு வந்து செட் ஆகும். வெளியில யார்கிட்ட வாங்கிட்டு வந்தேன். ஓ.
And welcome you, ma'am, for all the support in all the industry. Next, I will extend my hearty welcome to Dr. Estefia Hernando, Professor, Department of English, Teacher Training and Education, Faculty University, Karnataka. We are delighted to have you on this, ma'am. On behalf of all gathered here, extend a warm welcome to you. We are eager to listen to you. Next, I express my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Balakrishnan and Kavirs for their presence and their support in organizing this conference. On behalf of all, I'm happy to welcome our respected lecturing man for her constant support, dedication, and cooperation for all the things we plan and execute in our department. But on behalf of all, I welcome you, ma'am.
audio
Thank you, ma'am, for your speech.
We are very fortunate to have Dr. Estefia Hernando, Professor, Department of English, Teacher Training and Education Society, University surrounding Mecca, Indonesia. Now, Dr. Estefia Hernando will join us through online.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Madam, just a minute.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Madam, please come again.
Am I audible, Miss Professor?
Yes, yes, madam.
Thank you. Am I allowed to start my speech now, or should I just? And how long am I allowed to speak. If it's 10 minutes. Or...
Madam, you can continue.
All right. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. So first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude. I feel so honored to be invited in this very highly esteemed event in India. Thank you very much, first of all, to Professor Balarishnan. Thank you very much for the invitation and allow me to be here. And to the academic board that already that are here with us in online and on-site. Thank you very much for the time and the place. And thank you for the committee as well. So I am from the University of Srami Mekah, or Srami Mekah University. I'm from Aceh, Indonesia. My name is Sepia Irnanda. And today I would like to share to you some of issues related to literature and English language teaching, which is my expertise. And it is a really great opportunity, of course, because I have heard some of the presenters before, and let me say hi to all the presenters. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet all of you. And it's really interesting that I heard about your research on literature, and perhaps because this is not my major expertise, I could say. So perhaps I'm just gonna link how literature and the perspective of literature in English language teaching. So please allow me to share my slide. Okay. So that was my name and my institution. And for today, I will be talking about issues and assumptions on literature in English as a foreign language curriculum and classrooms. And secondly, the problems of using literary text for EFL classes, and the distinctive qualities of literary text for EFL classes. And then we're gonna see the general principles of including literature in EFL curriculum and the future of literature in English language teaching. So let me first start with the issues and assumptions. Maybe first of all, I'd like to clarify that the context where I come from, perhaps a little bit different from the context of India, where English is spoken as the second language. So in Southeast Asia, mainly in Southeast Asia and including Indonesia, English is not spoken as the second or first language, but as the foreign language instead. Some countries like Malaysia or Philippines have English as their first language, so they, the majority of people are exposed to English quite every day, and they speak English quite fluently. While in Indonesia, it's not the case. So we have in Indonesia, the learning English is not easy because the English is not available. And there is a quotation from Marquardt from 1978 that say, when English was studied as a foreign language, like in Indonesia context, or maybe in many other parts of the world, all roads led to Shakespeare. So Shakespeare is something like, you know, it's like an icon of English language, and it's like the capstone of the English language learning, where you if you can understand Shakespeare, then you have a very your proficiency in English is undoubtable. And before we're going to talk about how it relates to the issues and assumption of literature in English language teaching, I'd like to show to you the place of literature across the development of English as a foreign language classes or ESOL, English for of speakers of other languages. And we can see here that before the mid of the 20th century, English or languages in, I think, almost a language teaching in general is taught using grammar translation method. Maybe why is this grammar translation method is used is we need to go back to the 17th century, where English is still a modern language, replacing Latin and Greek. And there was at that time, like at the beginning of the 17th century, people tried to maintain Latin by teaching people Latin, and teach Latin, and finding a kind of strategy or principles in teaching language. So there is the first method of teaching language, of language teaching that's ever been found before in the world, and there is grammar translation method. So since then until the mid of the 20th century, grammar translation method is the only way of teaching language, including English. And English, when English is firstly taught, perhaps in the early of the 18th century, this grammar translation method of Latin was transferred to English classrooms. And well, what happened in the mid of the 20th century, the world becomes, more getting advanced in technologies, in transportation, and people get in touch face-to-face more easily. And scholars, specifically, they do not need to discuss things or to communicate through prints anymore, through books or articles, but they can have conferences like this. They meet, and there is like a kind of there was come a new need in language teaching, that grammar translation method is no longer relevant for teaching language. And that is the first time where literature is like dropped or omitted from language teaching, because in grammar translation method, literature is the only resources, like authentic resources. And grammar translation method, at that time, the technology does not really allow people to use a lot of other kinds of multimedias. And in the early of 1980s, the use of literature in ELT is started to be introduced by many scholars, and because they see this is a promising tool in language teaching. And later on, we're going to see how the literature nowadays in this globalized and digitalized world used in ESOL or EFL classrooms. So first of all, perhaps we need to know why literature texts are not for EFL classes. Were not for EFL classes at the very beginning. Why there is a paucity of using literary text for EFL classes. Khatib et al. In 2011 listed 8 possible problems that literature can cause in language classes. Syntax, lexis, and we're going to see this list one by one. And we know that syntax in literary are quite complex, more complex. So we know, and for Asian learners, for English language learners that never have any kind of like exposure or a natural acquisition of English, syntax is something that is very difficult to comprehend, to digest, especially when the language distance are quite far. And the lexis or the vocabularies are also become the main issues. And even in Indonesia itself, like university teachers who teach English sometimes do not find literature is relevant, and they do not find they're not capable enough in carrying out the teaching, because they are not they still find that literature is hard to comprehend and sometimes found boring. And I think it's understandable, because it in Indonesia context, to be specific, to be able to teach English, like a certified English teacher, sometimes you don't need to be a really advanced English user. What I observe, and perhaps from the statistics, it can also many of the student teachers of English departments are just intermediate English in the level of in terms of the level of English proficiency, and we can see the phonetics and phonology is also quite of, especially when we use quite very authentic text of, let's say, Shakespeare, for instance. The pronunciation have changed drastically and might bring about misunderstandings. And the semantics area, like some words have changed semantically, and the literature, like poetry, commonly includes low frequent words that never heard and never seen. And you can imagine, if the more low frequent words included in one poem, the more kind of difficult it is to comprehend, and the less motivated the students to know or to want to explore the poetries. And the selection of materials, that is also the issue, and the literary concepts and notions, like the unfamiliarity with certain literary genres and convention, and lack of knowledge about literary concepts makes the text be bewildering and demanding to understand. The last two are literature and academic English, and cultural barriers. The cultural barriers is also one thing that is also quite difficult to grasp from understanding literature or literary works in English. And it's quite frustrating. When I say this, actually there are many publications have been published in Indonesia context itself regarding the literature, how challenging it is to teach literature, English literature to be specific, foreign language literature to Indonesian learners. And perhaps what I didn't write here in my slides, and the literacy level of Indonesian, to be specific, are quite low, even though in some cities like Jakarta or Medan, where you know, there are more industries and technologies are more advanced and economies are better. The literacy also quite high, but the majority of Indonesians are still low in grasping like long paragraphs. For instance, like they do not have like habits of reading, like perhaps Jane Austen's works, perhaps, or J.K. Rowling's. But they prefer something like in the forms of films or songs, the simple forms of them. And let's have a look at the distinctive qualities of literary text for EFL classes based on IHRika, Cross, and Saka. The first one is, of course, the authenticity. This is, I think, is very common knowledge of everyone that that the authenticity of literature, of literary works, brings the students from the classroom to the real world, to the real culture, to the real world of the native speakers, and I think it's then leads us to the next one, which is motivation. When it's authentic, when it's really there, when we're talking about something that's real, we imagine the people, we relate with them, we got more, the students got more motivated because they can enjoy the process of reading more, because they enjoy, because they love the fact that it's true. And cultural and global awareness, and of course, because it deals with universal concepts such as love, hatred, death, and nature, and that's really interesting to use literature in language classroom, because these universal values are shared among people across countries. And intensive reading and extensive reading practice can also be gained from practicing reading literature. And of course, it really depends. Intensive reading can be done using poetries, while extensive reading with novels. And social linguistic and pragmatic knowledge. We know that in language learning, we need to learn not only the language form, but also how the language is used, the register, the styles, and it's a very important because the approach that is used nowadays in language teaching is communicative language teaching, which is like we want the students at the end of the learning, they be able to communicate communicatively, be aware of what style they need in certain circumstances in the lecture. And the grammar and vocabulary knowledge, as I mentioned before, that it's like the top of the literary works are at its best of certain language, like the best. What I mean is the best forms of the language, because the functions is very complex, the structure is complex, the vocabularies are semantically high. So grammar and vocabulary knowledge from literature or literary works are very beneficial for language learning. And the other two are the critical thinking and emotional intelligence, because we know that literature is about stories. It's about the expression, the opinion, or maybe the point of view of a person, like usually the author or the characters, and by getting into the character and getting to know the feelings of the characters, we are building the emotional intelligence. And of course the critical thinking, because it allows the student to reflect on their lives, their experiences, their daily lives, and their everyday life. All right. So what I have, let me just sum up a little bit what we have been discussed before. So the place of literature in ELT has been transforming from the only resource before the 20th century, and then become like irrelevant resource for about few decades in the early of the 20th century. And then it comes back with the promise as a promising resources for language teaching. And literature in English language curriculums is important, but there are things that need to be considered, not only by the teachers, but also by the policy makers, by the government, and also the schools. The first one is the position of English within the country, like whether it's a first language or second language. And what I have seen and observed that countries like English as a second language are quite literate in terms of literature. They read and they, I think it's very beneficial because they have the language and they have the culture, perhaps not fully, but at least they have the culture of understanding the concepts perhaps in English. And perhaps that is the first thing that we need to consider, the position of English. And secondly, the aim of English instruction. What is the aim of English instruction? Whether the output is somebody who can speak English or somebody who can appreciate culture or can appreciate literature or arts and something like that. So it's really important to know what's the aim of English instruction. Is it to be more practical or something to be more theoretical? And the way in which the native literature is taught is also important because it's transferred from the first language to the second language. And in fact, the way the native literature is taught really determines whether the foreign language literature teaching will be interesting or not, especially in Indonesia. If the students, for instance, never know about plots, about characters, and etc., about like features of short stories or novels, they will never know how to see and how to synthesize and analyze the literary works. The fourth reason or the fourth thing to consider is the availability of English literature translation in the country. I think in this very digitalized era, the principles of language teaching have shifted from like a very rigid and very strict rule where you have to speak or you cannot mix with your mother tongue or your native language in language classroom. But today we have a more secure atmosphere of language learning and teaching everywhere. Then it's very permissible to include native language in foreign language teaching. And the availability of English literature translation, like Harry Potter in Indonesian version or in Thai version, for instance, is very helpful in making sure that the students are backed up or have enough background knowledge about the story. And the fifth one is the particular nature of English vocabulary and the well-established facts of word frequency and distribution. I think this is what we mean by the level of efficiency and whether it's a second or foreign language, which word is very, very foreign that you need to perhaps exclude it from the text, or perhaps we can modify the literary works. Usually there are a lot of versions, like Shakespeare also has a lot of versions, which were from something that is very authentic to something that is more understandable. So perhaps teachers should know about this and should know how to make use of this. And the sixth one, the last one, is the strategic teaching procedures. Of course, there are many approaches that have been proposed by the scholars, especially those who think that including literature in English language teaching is promising. And I can see that many of the approaches are designed for different purposes, for different objectives. So perhaps more research on this area should be more focused and elaborated. And what is the future of literature in ELT? Because we see that once again, I have to say that we are going to a very digitalized and very globalized world. And what we have observed in the media, everything now is getting global. The lifestyle, foods, values shared, this global culture base should be the first thing that needs to be put as priority in selecting materials for literature in ELP, perhaps because first of all we need to make sure that students do they do not need to learn very deeply about a certain culture, but maybe just especially like for instance English, they do not need to know very deeply about Shakespeare, about literary works in real English or in the United Kingdom, for instance. But we can start by introducing a more global stories, like Disney's story is quite representative now, like Moana. It brings global value and also representing like culture from not the same a region of the world, like perhaps not always about Western people. Not so. This is quite interesting, and I think this would be the future of introducing stories or literature in to the language classroom. And the effective communicator output, what does it mean? It means that through teaching literature, students gain empathy, like a lot of soft skills that will make them a communicator, an effective communicator. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a good writer. It can be a good communicator, a good somebody who can write a persuasive email or persuasive posters. So because it's in language classroom, it's not only about information or sharing, but also how to share the information. And then local literature awareness is also the thing. Like we know that there are lots of literary works nowadays talking about, for instance, refugees and perhaps like conflicts, religious conflicts, or perhaps racist or something like that. And local literature, from reading, from seeing how from learning or seeing the forms of literary works in English, students will know how to reflect. So they will reflect to their own context, their own situation, their environment, and they can also develop or perhaps contribute to the literature for their locals, for their countries, for instance. So from global to local and reciprocally to local to global. And creative thinker and output, perhaps about similar to the effective communicator output. And multimedia, we're going to have lots of multimedia. We don't only use, for instance, if we want to teach a story like drama, we perhaps will start with songs. Perhaps we start with watching the trials of the movie. Was it Pride and Prejudice, for instance, that we see the trials, and then so we do not only read like in the past, but we explore and make use of a lot of other kind of media technologies. And publishing and community, it means in the past, writing, producing or a literary work is something that is rare, and not everyone can get their work published. But today it's very easy to get published. What does it mean? That we got abundance of people telling stories in the internet, and there are abundance of books published with using self-publishing, and we are kind of like do not know how to connect with people anymore. In the past, perhaps once something is published, there are high possibility that the book will be read by many people because there are no others, less competition. But today it's very hard. Perhaps in the future, literature is not only about producing literary works, but also about how to build a community, how to form a community of like fandom, for instance, who talk about the book, who share or sharing about the topic, the similar topic, and then the publishing, how to connect with the readers, who are the readers, who are the audience, and that is the perhaps there are going to be more new skills and competencies that needs to be learned in the future for this purpose. And yeah, I think that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for the time. I hope that is there any questions? Any questions are welcome. I'll give back the screen to you, Professor Basenton. Sorry if I mispronounce your name.
Thank you, madam, for this need of the hour. Of course, we got to know about how the literature's role is in the classroom and what is the role of literature in the classroom. Madam, I just want to know something. See, literature as such, nowadays, earlier it was in written form and in printed form. Manuscripts have become in the printed form, and nowadays we find more of audiobooks than printed books. So in that case, how to deal with that in the classroom? Your existing ELT methods almost all are based on the textbook, that means the printed form of the text. So now that it is being replaced by this audiobooks. So I just would be happy if you just respond or react on this.
Okay. That was. I'm really sorry. I did not really catch because the voice is quite audible to me. If somebody can type the question, it would be really helpful. Was it just a comment?
I want you to react on the upcoming audio books. Okay, because literature is now no more in a printed form, and this audio books that definitely adds more emotions than the printed or written text. So when you teach English language based on the text which is printed, that is what is existing, and I want you to react on how would you handle these audiobooks which already are packed with emotions and expressions.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I will try to answer, even though to be honest, I didn't really catch the full questions. I'm really sorry, but what I mean, I think you mean that how do scholars write in English if they do not know English? Is that the questions? Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. So yeah, it's quite one of the problem in foreign in Indonesia, to be specific, with English, because many scholars still write in Indonesian language instead of English, and they that is one of the obstacles why they cannot go international with their publications, because of this language limitation. And there is little efforts by the government to sort out this problem. And I think in the future there should be more direct meetings with scholars from around the world, to get the scholars in Indonesia to be more exposed to English. Thanks goodness, there are publications that will allow Malay or Bahasa Indonesian language to be published in a side by side with English. And actually, Bahasa Indonesia itself has been proposed to be one of the lingua franca, one of the united language, the working language for people in Southeast Asia. So, okay. Oh, all right. I just got the. Oh, all right. Thank you, Professor, for typing the question to me. Yeah. What is your response to the literary text in the form of audio books? These books are already packed with emotions and expressions. That is one of the good side of technology. The bright side of technology. It takes it's quite funny when we're talking about emotions and expressions. So we quite use it a lot in our everyday, in today's language, in chats, emojis, stickers, GIF, with some things like that. And it seems that we went back to centuries ago, like in hieroglyphs in Egypt, for instance, like the language today, the writing system we have today is not sufficient anymore. So that is the evidence that we need something more emotionally touching, that is more, something that is more like symbols instead of just words. And I think the literary texts in the form of audiobooks are really great examples and really great media or tools to deliver language learning and to deliver language teaching, and perhaps not in the books. If I imagine my context to be, for example, books are something really, really big. I mean, it consists a lot of pages. And as I told you earlier, that in my context in Indonesia, it's quite fatigue, for instance, to read for such long paragraphs and yeah, but something like audio is something very interesting to be used in language teaching. All right. Can research methodologies be decolonized? Okay, that's a really nice term, but to be honest, I don't really get what do you mean with decolonized here, Mr. Umesh Kumar. Can you be more specific? Research methodologies to be colonized, like perhaps being more.
Ma'am, can I talk to you, or you want me to type the question in the chat box?
Talk is fine, yeah.
Ma'am, what I mean is, we have been living in a post-colonial world, right? And we have to deal with the research theses, research articles, for which there is a regular pattern, a prescribed pattern, which is also universal. The research Yeah, if it is possible to decolonize, to get out of this European mindset, Eurocentric methods of prescribed format of methodologies of research. Is it possible?
I see.
Yes.
I see. Yeah, I think that's really interesting discussion. I think we should make this an open discussion, because I come up from a perspective that being quite like it's not possible. Like we find that the format that has been given by the Western world in terms of the research methodologies is quite working for today. But why not? I'd like to see more about this. I mean, I'd like to know more about this. Perhaps there are more working. There's something more working than this one. Like perhaps I know that whenever I read something like thesis or publication in my language, I could judge people based on how they write it, and I could have, like, to be honest, I quite judgmental when somebody told like beat around the bush, not going to the point, and it's always be and yeah, I think this is a really interesting question, Mr. Umas, Professor Umas, who should I address you? Sorry, but I mean, this is really interesting. I think even though I'm quite confused how to respond to it, but I think it should be tried. I mean, it should be an open discussion about this. Yeah, that's my opinion. What do you think yourself, Mr. Umesh? Do you have any preferences in this?
Thank you, ma'am. You always instill great values into our minds. No wonder you are an influential person.
Okay. What was the question? I'm so sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh. Thank you for the questions, but I'm so sorry, I just cannot really grasp it because of I think it's quite echo out there. Okay, all right, thank you very much, Professor Balakrishnan. Thank you. Okay, I think, all right, I'd like to end my presentation, and let me express my gratitude one more time to all the committees, to all the academic boards, and special thanks to Professor Balakrishnan for inviting me to this event. It's a really great experience to know all of these ladies and gentlemen from India. Hopefully we can meet again in a different occasion. Thank you very much, and see you, and bye.
Results follow to deliver the vote of thanks for the valedictory function.
Good evening, everyone. My heart burns with gratitude on being given the opportunity to present a vote of thanks for this wondrous occasion. On behalf of the Research Department of English, I extend my sincere thanks to all those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this hybrid mode of the International Conference on Shades of Life in Literature. To begin with, I bow my head before God, who has been merciful to us in making this event a grand success. My sincere thanks to our correspondent, Dr. J. Asif Singh, for motivating us to explore new areas in literature. I extend my gratitude to Dr. D.S., Principal in Charge, for her enthusiastic support. And I would like to thank the guests of the day who have given their precious time to us amidst their busy schedule. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Setia Inada from Universitas Sarangi Mecca, Indonesia, for enlightening us with her prolific knowledge about the English language. Thank you, madam. I extend my thanks to Dr. Palayatsi, Assistant Professor of English, Pioneer Kumar from College, Nagpur, for her gracious presence. Thank you, ma'am. My thanks also goes to Dr. K. Kavi from Vivekananda College, Prestige, Kanyakumari, for thought-provoking novel letters inevitable support today. Thank you, sir. I extend a wholehearted thanks to Dr. Subhita Persons, Head of the Department of English, Women's Christian College, for her kind support in all activities of our department. Thank you, ma'am. I also thank the organizing secretary, Dr. S. Balakrishnan, publisher of both International Journal, for his continuous support. Thank you, sir. A big thanks goes to the conveners and organizing committee members, all the members of staff of the Department of English, for their unwavering support today. To conclude, my thanks goes to all the research scholars from other colleges and Women's Christian College for their gracious presence. Thank you, one and all.
Sir, கூப்பிட்டுறேன். Right, Sanabathi. Yes, sir. Dear presenters, I think we can resume our presentation. The last one who presented was, I believe, Amala Steffi ma'am from Mother Teresa Women's University. Now the next one to present, I may call upon Mayuri from Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal.
Thank you, sir.
You can have now 7 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone present here. This paper I'm going to present here is the extension of my MA project, Creating Sustainability Through Ecological Consciousness in Sudhamurthy's The Magic of Lost Temple. In this 21st era, as a society, we are working towards sustainability. Developing an enduring relationship between man and nature may be critical for future nature conservation. For example, nowadays, many social institutions and organizations believe in CSR, corporate social responsibility, that they possess an ethical commitment towards society beyond making profits, such as caring for environment and involving in philanthropic works. And on personal level, we can contribute towards sustainability by adopting zero waste or minimalist lifestyle. My purpose of this study is to understand the importance of creating eco-consciousness in children through children's literature, and the novel The Magic of Lost Temple serves best for my purpose. Let me start. There are two popular beliefs regarding the connection between nature and children. On one hand, children are assumed to have a special relationship with nature, that they go out into nature in the hopes of experiencing Arcadian joys. On other hand, children are assumed to be contentless. It is society's responsibility to bring eco-awareness to them. Me conferring to the second belief, my research paper is about emphasizing the importance of teaching children
about natural world. The fiction, The Magic of Lost Temple by Sudha Murthy, is about Nooni, a city girl who lives in Bangalore with her parents, comes to her grandparents' house in Somanahalli, a small village in North Karnataka. The whole fiction is about how she spends her time in the village. In the fiction, there are many instances where our protagonist Nooni was taught rightly about environment and natural world. To mention a few, in the chapter Aji's Garden, Nooni learns about many plants, trees, their varieties, nature, their beneficiaries, and how some medicinal plants comes handy in emergency situation. That is another incident in the same chapter when Aji tells the myth about Ranki rat flower that its fragrance will attract snakes. Nooni got anxious and asked Aji to remove the plant, but Aji calmly explains her that those were just beliefs and snakes are not that dangerous as they are considered to be farmers' friends. In the cow's delivery chapter, the whole day, Aji, Nooni's grandmother, was with her cow Kamadenu to make her feel comfortable. And in the forest chapter, when Nooni asked for more chikru fruits, Mahadev, an elder boy in the village, kindly explains her about the shortage of chikru fruit and how it is important for pregnant bees. Nooni also learns about Komala concept, one of the cultural practice that portrays their love, the villagers' love and reverence towards cow. Komala is a land for pasture. No one could do agriculture or cut grasses from that. It's for cows. Every day, a person from the village will gather the cows from all the houses and direct them to Komala. By evening, those animals were driven back to their respective houses. These were few examples, and there are several moments in the books where Nooni received a proper education about natural world. Through learning about the different plants and trees, flowers, and their beneficiaries, she could understand the relationship between man and greenery. The concern soured towards deer and the cow would taught her that she has an ethical commitment towards the environment too, and how she should be empathy towards those non-human creatures. And the traditional practices like Komala concept would make her understand that our culture includes our environment too. So, through this critical examination of Sudha Murthy's Magic of Lost Temple, we understand the novel not just portray the idealized country life, but also a working model to improve man-nature relationship. When a children understand the importance of ecosystem and the natural world, leading an eco-friendly life and implementing innovative ideas to protect nature and building sustainability is an attainable goal. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Miss, for your presentation. I have one question. Like, what is in your title? You have mentioned sustainability, right? Can you tell the title again? Can you hear me?
Sustainability through ecological consciousness in Sudha Murthy's The Magic of Lost Temple.
What kind of sustainability are we?
Sustainability and natural conservation through protecting natural resources and by leading eco-friendly lifestyle, we can.
Okay, fine. We can call it as idea of sustainability through maybe, but I'm not very sure about. We can straight away put it. Anyway, for a research paper, it is okay. In case if you're going for research, major research based on this one, you may have to just check that term. That's it.
Yes,
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
And
thank you, sir.
Now, may I call upon the once again? Just lost the script. Next, may I call upon Mrs. Rini Robert of APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thuthukudi, to present.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Just a second. Good evening, Chair, and my dear fellow participants. My title is Story of Restoration, Steven Soderbergh's film Contagion. When you come out of a storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. That's what the storm's all about. This says Haruki Murakami. COVID-19 has been more than a storm. Naturally, then, the world culture will see a complete transformation in its aftermath. Life in all its imaginable aspects will not be the same again. In times of social media, when one was more connected than ever, COVID dictates new terms and conditions for a healthy living. Staying home is a norm. Washing hands every hour does not make you Lady Macbeth anymore. Hospitality does not find a place in society. Social networking gives way to social distancing. Keeping your face veiled is the best practice in a liberal world. Such a drastic paradigm shift in human life is bound to result in a rediscovery of the norms of communication. So I'm going to explain my title. I have used the term restoration. What does this restoration term means? It means reimbursement or compensation. Restitution narration speaks about the mentality where a situation is considered only as a temporary condition one could attain in a normal life in no time. He will be able to come back with more immunity or with healthier than before. This is only a temporary condition. This is what the term restoration means. My paper tries to explore the physical and psychological struggles of the masses before and after pandemic by drawing out instances from the film Contagion and also the similarities of the events from Contagion as well as from a real life COVID-19 disease. Now, why I selected film? Film or cinema is a mirror by which we often see ourselves. Like in literature, anything relating to society can be portrayed through films. Both literature and film are the reflections of a social reality which are embedded deeply in a society. There are no limitations in the arts. With the emergence of COVID-19, films based on pandemics are booming. Pandemics have always been a nightmare as it could infect any person by where it means, such as air, direct contact, saliva, or other secretions. Now, as we all know the two terms, epidemic and pandemic. Epidemic is something that occurs in a particular region. Pandemic means it is when it crosses a geographical area, irrespective of any boundaries, then it is called a pandemic. Of course, our COVID-19 is a pandemic. The purpose of this paper is to dwell deep into the effects of pandemics in a society and how people looked into it. Through this paper, I intend to analyze the human behavior of the masses and the ways to overcome their fear by taking evidences from the film. So I can tell the storyline of the film Contagion. It was released in 2011, which says a fictional pandemic of a virus called MEV1, which was modeled upon bat-borne Nipah virus, which kills between 25 to 30% of people. Directed by Steven Soderbergh, the cast includes Marion Cotillard. Okay, that I'm not going to leave with Marion Cotillard, Matt Damon. These are the main characters. And the story begins with Beth Emhoff cuffing in an airport in Chicago on her way back to Minneapolis after a business trip to Hong Kong. Meanwhile, other people around the world are also shown who succumb to exactly the same symptoms. A series of shots like doorknobs, credit cards, empty glasses, napkins, a bowl of peanuts at the bar, airplanes, handshakes, etc. are focused to show that everything in the world is a potential vector for the fatal virus to spread. As millions gets infected with the virus, people go berserk, and the panic of the people and their urge for immediate vaccination go uncontrollable. Finally, with the help of the WHO, the officials develop a vaccine and treats the people. The last 5 minutes of the film is like a warning, highlighting how virus can be spread to humans from animals. And this in turn leads to pandemic deaths. The climax of the movie proves that there are medicines to all diseases, but it may or may not take time. Spreading of diseases doesn't mean that the world is going to end. This is a point where we can attach restitution narration. According to Frank, restitution denotes an end, a solution, or resolution to the problem with a hope and promise of the body returning back to its normal state. The story of modern medicine finds healing is achieved through treatment outside the body, as with surgery or with medication. This is a quote from Kennedy. Now, since we are in such a situation, the first step that the officials should take care is to provide better infrastructure facilities. In underdeveloped countries like Africa, there are areas with no proper water connections or sanitations, which are the primary precautions that one should take to get rid of this disease. With the lack of these primary facilities, it can turn to be a fertile region for spreading diseases like COVID-19. Rather than referring to Africa, we could observe that even in India, we have rural areas with no proper infrastructures, like an area of Bihar, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, etc. Rural areas of these places. Even if a people have a provision to work from home, due to their improper infrastructure like electricity, power connections, they are forced to move to their workplace. If the daily wages or the short-term employees miss a day from their work, they will not get paid. Only through proper infrastructure and guidance that people can be held in a safe cocoon. Secondly,
ma'am, kindly sum up.
Oh, sure, sir. Secondly, stop stemming on negative emotions and build positive emotions, which will help us feel more prepared and controlled during frightening periods. We find people moving around the streets even in lockdown times. Why is this so? Because they are in search of their food, they are in search of money, they need to live their life, they need to meet from their life. So instead, the officials have to prove that the officials have to find remedies for the people. So I'm concluding, diseases are not spread in a particular direction or in a specific group. It can move beyond boundaries. So the only way through which we have to face it is through strong mental health and immunity. Once we face it, it will be sure that we'll be able to regain what all we lost in a much better manner. So pandemics have succeeded in strengthening of mankind, we can say in a single sentence. Accepted globally and firm belief in restitution enables us to return to our normal life. So I'm concluding. Thank you.
Right, ma'am, just a small question here. You mentioned that how pandemic spread through media and other forms.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other way for us to know about the pandemic?
So through media is the only way, sir. Once we are
so whatever we are going to say is what we come to know through media, right?
Yeah, once we, sir, but there is another side in this media also, because they tend to give fake news also. So what we have to believe is this restitution narration says that we should not believe everything what media says, because media wants to reach people. Maximum reachability is their aim. So
restitution narration, can you please be very clear with them? What is it about?
So restitution narration means it is a narration of people who have succeeded their life from disease.
Positivity, that means what? If this, I mean, illness can be set right.
That's a positive thing, sir.
In the same way, illness will come again, right?
Yeah, illness narration, restitution narration, chaos theory, everything comes under same title.
Restitution, I mean, setting it up right is not the solution. as you say, pandemic has come in before, it went, and it came again, and the future also is going to come.
Yeah, sure.
So how can I be very sure about that? It is regained, like paradise regained? Not sure, right?
We can be there can be a 50% chance, sir, because once when we were struck with smallpox, vaccines came and they started injecting newborn babies with smallpox. Now the chances of smallpox is very less. You can say that it is just 20%. So one day or the other, we'll be able to, with the newborn babies will be forced to take the COVID-19 diseases also. This vaccination also may be. So gradually that also will reduce.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Sincere efforts. Appreciated.
Thank you.
Now, may I call upon Vasumati M. of PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I'm presenting
Very
my
good
screen.
evening. Please.
Yes. Can you see my screen, sir? Excuse me, sir.
Are you trying to present now?
Yes, sir. Can you see my screen, sir?
No. I can't see.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think you need to present.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So can you see my screen?
Yes, it is getting presented now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, all. Okay, so the title of my paper is The World of Dreams, a psychoanalytic study of the protagonist of Fyodor Dostoevsky's White Nights. So coming to Sigmund Freud, we all knew that he's the founding father of psychoanalysis. It's a psychoanalysis is a branch of psychology that deals with the method for treating mental illness by bringing up what exists at the unconscious or subconscious to the conscious level. So Sigmund Freud, he introduced psychoanalysis in his introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, which deals with the models of the mind. So here he divides the mind into three layers: conscious, pre-conscious, and unconscious mind. So the conscious mind, it contains all the present thoughts, feelings, and memories. Sorry. Feelings and memories. So, while the pre-conscious mind, it's a reservoir of anything that can be retrieved to the conscious mind. And the unconscious mind, it resides at the deepest level. It is usually called as the cauldron of primitive and instinctual desires that are outside of our conscious awareness. Like it includes suppressed feelings, emotions, habits that are haunting, emotive, and painful. So this concept is later developed as the theory of personality by Freud. So here Freud framed the tripartite structure of the mind, the three elements: id, ego, and superego. So the id is the primary component of personality. It is the only component that is innate from birth, and it is entirely unconscious. It is the basis of all unreasonable desires in the human mind, which strives for immediate gratification, and it leads according to the pleasure principle. Then coming to ego, it is the most conscious part of the mind, which is responsible for dealing with reality. It develops from the id, and it protects the impulses of the id to satisfy its desires according to reality principle. Then superego, it represents the morality principle, since it holds the moral standards that are acquired from society or from a parents or from the circumstances. So it restricts its desires and dominates the ego to fulfill the desire in an ethical way. So here According to Freud, he says that there should be a fine balance among the three elements to have a healthy personality. The interaction of the id, ego, and superego, it strengthens an individual's overall personality and behavior. So in this paper, I have applied this Freud psychoanalytic theory in the novella White Nights by Dostoevsky, particularly through the conflicted, the protagonist of the White Nights. So White Nights, it's a beautiful story of an unrequited love. So here, the White Nights, it narrates the story of an unnamed narrator who lives in St. Petersburg for nearly 8 years. So the narrator, he narrates his life, life of he's a person who's a dreamer who lives an despondent life. So here, the narrator, he explains the conversation, the strange conversation between the strange woman whom he meets in the Neva. The name or the woman named Nastenka. So here, according to Freud's psychoanalytic theory, human behavior has different perspectives. So human behavior has different perspectives. Each individual possesses their own characteristics, which are constructed through biological, social, cultural, and psychological drive. So the dreamer in the White Nights, he stands for a continuous struggle between ego and superego. So in the beginning, he often symbolizes it. He intelligently describes his life in Petersburg for 8 years. He has been living there for 8 years, but he hardly has any acquaintance with Petersburg people. It is characterized by his impulsive description of his world. His words incessantly reminds the readers how he lives an unexplainable despondent life. For instance, he defines himself as the dreamer. He states as the dreamer is not a human being, but a creature of an intermediate sort. For the most part, he settles in some inaccessible corner as though hiding from the light of the day. So Freud, in introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, he reported that human behavior is influenced by biological factors. Desire is the simulating factor in arising physical changes and emotional disturbance. So here in the novella, when the dreamer gets encountered with this weeping girl, Nastenka, his entire behavior towards her exposes his repressed emotions hidden in his unconscious mind. His desire for love and relationship is intensely voiced out in the conversation with Nastenka. So then in the progress of the novel, a transition occurs from id to ego. So when this girl Nastenka is emotionally exhausted, the dreamer, he conceals his pain and love for her, but ideally he helps her by delivering a letter to her. And then when Nastenka's emotional attachment with the narrator deepens, when her lover does not turn up. At that moment, the dreamer's unconscious mind hits him to confess his love to her. He confesses his love as, "It is impossible, but I love you, Nastenka." However, Nastenka is emotionally vulnerable and her emotions are aggressive. So she accepts his love. So according to Freud, the fate of an individual is determined by one's own unconscious decisions. So here, the dreamer's fantasy love reaches its denouement when the reality intrudes, when the lover returns. So at that moment, Nastenka flings herself into his arms without saying a word to him. So here, the dreamer becomes a victim by his own delusional decision. So here the retrospective narration ends, but though 15 years have been passed, the narrator still living the same monotonous and self-enclosed life. His house, his life, all become discolored and decrepit without Nastenka. So the novella ends with the light of superego. It shows the ideal mind of the dreamer in his last words. I will read his last words. "May your sky be clear, may your sweet smile be broad and untroubled, may you be blessed for the moment of blissful happiness which you gave to another lonely and graceful heart. My God, a whole moment of happiness, is that too little for the whole of man's life?" So though the narrator is heartbroken, he wishes Nastenka to be happy in her life with that person. So in conclusion, Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic theory, it paves a huge way for the better understanding of the characters along with the text by analyzing the suppression of desires and thereby finding an adequate balance among the ego and superego in the characters. Thank you, sir.
This presentation, and the question that I would like to ask is,
yes, sir,
how far it is natural this ego superego clashes are part of life, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that by having a thorough knowledge of this one, science will give us a better enjoyment of the narration?
Indeed, yes, sir. Well, actually, I read this novel few years ago, but when I read this novel by applying, I understand the character, his intense emotions in a deep manner. So I understand the transition between the human mind in a very natural way. How the transition occurs from ego and superego, and how he reacts according to that. So I understand how a human mind acts when a situation happens in our life through this theory, by applying this theory in the text.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
now may I call upon Miss R. Shobia of Dhanlakshmi Srinivasan University, Trichy.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Can you
Please
hear me, sir?
go ahead. Yeah, good evening. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Thank
Go
you, sir.
ahead. Thank you.
I think I just wanted to share. Yes, okay, sir.
Right.
Yes, and I have just taken a short story of Chitra Banerjee Divakarini's The Unknown Errors of Our Lives. And here we have just seen about this Chitra Banerjee is an Indo-American author, and we know about her studies and how she's completed her PhD in California, and then been much aware of that an American book award that she has received in the year of 1996, and for the work of arranged marriage. And why I have just taken this short story here means the unknown errors of our life. And actually there are 9 stories in that text, and out of it I have just chosen Mrs. Datta Writes a Letter. Here I'm going to apply about this diasporic theory, and we know that people, those who have moved from native land to under new land, and they have settled there, and still they couldn't just forget their homeland, and they just wanted to draft many works about their homeland. So this is the purpose which I have just selected that, and through that they have just gained their identity too as a writers. And we know many authors who belongs to this diasporic literature, and more consciously they just wanted to remark their own culture and tradition through their works. And few writers I just wanted to just mention here. So I have just mentioned about this V.S. Naipaul, Salman Rushdie, and Amita Ghosh, Jhumpalari, and others. And here comes the story of Mrs. Datta Writes a Letter. And I just focused about the particular character called this Mrs. Datta. And she's actually an old woman and mother of Saha. And Saha seems to be the son of Mrs. Datta, and Shamuli, and she seems to be the wife of Saha. And Pratik, the son of Saha, and Mrinalini, daughter of Saha. So these are the characters, and one who lives in India is Mrs. Basu, and she seems to be the friend of Mrs. Datta. And the whole story which takes place in America, actually, there is a shift from India to Africa. Sorry, India to America. Here, what happens means they have voluntary, that means the son of Mrs. Datta entered into America for this voluntary diasporic aspect that he entered into America for the work's sake, and there he settled down. And due to that reason, after the death of Mrs. Datta's husband, there is a situation for this lady to move from India to America. And there she has just gone through all the diasporic elements, the themes that are like nostalgia, memory, homeland, society, culture, tradition, language, rituals, and alienations, and others too. And here she has got many things that she has learned from India, and she has practiced for many years, nearly of 44 years in India. And but she has started to do the same thing when she entered into the new land. And that she couldn't do certain things like waking up early in the morning, taking bath and washing clothes with her hands, and then cooking, all these things that she couldn't stop. But still she continues to do these works there in America. The same thing, it cannot continue there because there are many restrictions from her son part as well as daughter-in-law part. Her son insists her to take rest and not to take bath early morning because it disturbs her daughter-in-law who works for a longer time, even at the late night. So many restrictions it was coming towards her, and they asked her to use machines instead of doing manually. And Mrs. Shamoli, she seems to be the daughter-in-law and who prepares all the, and she just controls herself. And Mrs. Dasta for preparing cholesterol foods, so she avoids the foods which is prepared by Mrs. Datta. So she has got some sort of a complaint from the neighborhood house, and that she is just doing all the mischievous thing like washing clothes and drying up in the line, and all these things comes to the ears of Shamoli. And she starts to inform all these informations to Mrs. Datta and tries to avoid her doing so. And then coming on to the grandchildren, and she tries to teach many stories to the grandchildren, and then they started to learn about this Ramayana. But since they are much attracted towards the TV programs like Power Rangers and others, and likewise when the things are going on, she gets many problems in even molding the children in a better manner. And she just wants to make those grandchildren to sit together and offer prayer in the evening, and she does it. And Mrs. Datta, she tends to
Ma'am, we can't hear you. Are you there? Ma'am? Shobhya ma'am, are you there? I think we lost her. Shobhya ma'am? Fine, I think she lost her network. Okay, I think she's not there also now. Okay, let her, we'll give her a minute or two when she comes back. Now, may I call upon the next presenter, the last presenter, I believe. It is Sindhu of Bishop Weber College, Trichy. Are you there, miss? Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening. If you are ready, you can proceed.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you see my PPT, sir?
Yes, you can.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, sir.
No, it has started just now. Yeah, I can see the presentation starting, but not the slide.
Hello, sir.
Ma'am,
So
yes, ma'am.
I just got it down.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, I started presenting, but I don't know whether it has heard to you.
No, we could hear you if we followed everything. No presentation was there. I mean, screen presentation was not there.
Screen was there.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
sir,
not
okay.
there. Otherwise, we could follow
But I
you till.
was yet to complete it.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Shall we give a time, ma'am? 1 minute.
Yes, sir. I'll conclude my presentation, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
at the
Please,
end.
please.
Okay. And finally, what I just wanted to inform here is that she has taken over different journey from India to America, and that she has got many problems. Whenever she gets problem there, and she just wanted to escape from the problem, but there is no option for her. But she has to live with her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren in America. But whenever she wants to escape from that problem, she just moves on to the imaginary letter which she tries to draft for her friend, Mrs. Dutt. Basu. So with this, I conclude my presentation, sir. Thanks for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Question to you is, we find so many writers, especially diasporic, in England and America, right? People migrate everywhere, but literature is coming only from these areas so much. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Why
Why
is that?
it just have selected means when it is just happening towards us migrating from India to America, we are much connected with Indian people. So when they just migrate from one place to another, they just connect us with the culture and tradition, what they miss here, but they focus it in their writing. Through that, we can even understand, though we are living here, we are not connected with
Yeah, now
culture,
question
tradition, and
is,
so on.
the question,
Only
yeah, I
few are
agree.
connected.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with it completely. It happens, but so much of writing is happening in US and UK. What about other countries, Commonwealth countries?
Even
Yes
New
or no?
Zealand, they are just having, yes, sir, New Zealand also they are having it, sir. They're all just telling that though they migrate from one place to another, still their mind start to think about only their homeland. They feel that they are, likewise that we have seen some writers also have just even expressed about their own country. They migrated from British to New Zealand, but still their thoughts are just towards their British country. That is the thing that they always reveal in all the works, whether it is in Canadian, Dabidin, or whatever the writer that we are just reading, they are just much connected only towards their homeland. And they are trying to show many things about the settled country, but they will just achieve only their thought in their own. So that is the thing that it was just lifted. But more number of works are contributed in India and other countries, but less number of works are contributed from Commonwealth countries.
I agree.
Yes, we
Maybe
have to go
because
towards
the
this poetry
disparity
or
is too
different
much.
genres.
Maybe because the disparity
Yes,
is too much visible here.
yes. At the
Whereas,
same time, in different genres that we could focus, not only in fiction. That is my aspect, sir.
yeah,
Not only in
right.
fiction, that we have to see the poetry, prose, short stories, whatever it is there, that we can even see in that too.
Do you see any in poetry?
I think I have just fulfilled. Yes,
Do-
in December and Winter, in William Collinson's poem, Mrs. Wilson, that she will be the one who will be just shifted from British to New Zealand. The way how she lives there, she'll be secluded herself without having any touch with other people. Even the one who comes as a cowman, though he tries to talk, she is secluded from that person. So these way that we have many poems even.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving an opportunity.
Okay. Now, shall we have Sindhu from
Yes,
Bishop Weber
good
College?
evening,
You
sir.
can start yours. Yeah.
Yes, sir. My topic, physical and psychological oppression in Buchi Amazikas, the slave girl. Before getting into my topic, I shall do a little like what African have contributed to English literature. African literature has a very old origin and it includes oral and written literature. African nation has its own tradition and customs. Oral literature is a fundamental component of African culture. Storytelling was a popular tradition of oral literature too. Oral literature, the native African children learned the languages along with riddles, proverbs, and word games. Before an advent of European colonizer, Africa had his own literature in hundreds of their native languages, such as Swahili, Hausa, and Sari. But after the Western influence in African literature, they started writing in English and they spread a new education system. And so many writers, they started their writings. And their themes are corruption in government, economic disparities, roles of women, sufferings of women, culture and traditions are there. Just to follow their, they used in their themes. And after that, feminist movement emerged. I listed a few contemporary writers who contributed in the same age as Buchi Amachika. That is, they are Flora Navapas, Maria Maba, America Ido, Narain Gorima, and others. And in that time, feminist movement also became rampant and more female writers emerged and gained more recognition. And Buchi Amachika. Buchi Amachika was one of the prominent Nigerian writers in African literature.
Miss, please check your microphone once.
So is it audible?
Yeah, now it's better.
Okay. She received her education at the Methodist Girls' School and the University of London. She was author of more than 20 books. Her themes are child slavery, motherhood, female independence, and freedom to education, prosper identity, self-confidence, and dignity as a woman. She won the Jack Campbell Award, and she received the Granta Magazine's Best Young Novelist in 1983. And she received the honorary doctorate of literature from Fairleigh Dickinson University in 1992. And in this slide, we see the gist of the novel. The novel is divided into 15 chapters, and the novel set in early 1900 in colonial Nigeria. The novel published in 1977, and the story is about the protagonist of the novel, Ogbanji Ojebika. The sudden death of her parents because due to flu, like a spelling, her old brother Okoli sold her into domestic slavery. She finds solace among her fellow slaves. She longs for freedom and for her own family. She returns to her native land. Again, she taps into slavery to her husband. Let us see what is slavery. Slavery can broadly be described as the ownership, buying and selling of human beings for the purpose of forced and unpaid labor. In African society, slaves merely treat as their own property. In this novel, Amachika focuses on the condition of slavery system, and it depicts the limited opportunities and property status of Nigerian society. And in the novel, the oppression is sometimes parallel to slavery. Through her novel, she gives a clarion call to African women oppressed to discrimination by race, gender, and class. And the novel prescribes a strict and harsh treatment for weaker girls who sold to domestic slavery. I listed a few characters in the novel. Ogbanji Ojebika, she is the protagonist of the novel. Ma Palakara, she is the wealthy trader and benevolent master. Chiago, she is another slave girl. She is an eyewitness with a live burial. And Clifford is the son of Ma Palakara. He is busy with her mother business. And Pa Palakara is the husband of Ma Palakara. He is so cruel and make a sexual harassment to girl slaves. And Victoria, she is the daughter of Ma Palakara. She is also cruel and merciless to slaves and servants. Like a scene who is Ogbanji Ojebika. The heroine of the novel is Ogbanji Ojebika. She is the only daughter of her parents. So that her parents show excessive love and affection on their previous daughter. Her father makes a long and dangerous journey to Edo to purchase charms to protect her from the evil spirit. Her mother stencils elaborate beautiful tattoos on her daughter's face. Even her mother allows her breastfeeding at the age of 6. Ojebika parents, Okonko and Mary, are suddenly die of feelings. All her happiness and peace of mind vanished off after the death of her parents. Her brother Okoli decides to sell her because he needs money to purchase of his coming age of dance. So that's why he is sold her into slavery. And at the age of 7, she becomes an orphan. Her brother Okoli sacrificed her childhood, selling her into slavery. Her childlike attributes contrast highly with the treatment she received as a woman and a slave. She finds a solace among her fellow slaves. In that Mahapalagara's house, Ojebika learns to read. And here, that Yamachita portrays Ojebika as a beautiful, intelligent Hexton girl, but later who slowly turns into an unhappy. Here, Clifford is the son of Mahapalagara, falls in love with Ojebika, and he tried to protect her from difficult work. And Clifford is affectionate to Ojebika, but he fails to marry her. After her mother's death, that is Mahapalagara's death, Clifford is busy with her mother business. After Mahapalagara's death, Ojebika wants to go home. He wants to go, go to her own native.
Ma'am, please summarize.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. When Ojebika, when Ojebika is returned to his own native Ibusa, actually he escaped from slavery and he just returned to his own place. Even though she successfully free herself from bondage of Palagaras, she is not a completed free because no woman in Ibusa was free because of the tradition. So when she marries Jacob, a master of her own choice, actually she marries Jacob. And in patriarchal society, every woman should marry traditionally, whether slaves or free. Actually, she has learned that a woman always belongs to men. A woman is owned by her people before marriage. She has a new owner when she was sold, and when she grows, new men get a bride price, and she sold her into her husband. So finally, Ojebika happily accepted her husband like a new master, and she kneels in front of him, and she had happily accepted. Thank you, my new, that is a quote is given. Thank you, my new owner. Now I am free in your house, and I could not wish for a better master. So the fate of Ojebika remains the same. She changes one master from another. Actually, the story caught in a complicated traditional cycle of oppression. In Ojebika's lifetime, she plays in a role of daughter, sister, and housemaid, or other niece, lover, wife roles, even which is instinctively subordinate her to men. And here that Mahapalagara is a wealthy trader and a powerful woman. She gives them she allows her slaves to learn and read and write. She gives them education, teach them various skills. She is a beloved slave master. She treats the slave girls as her own daughter. And Victoria is another character. She is a daughter of Mahapalagara. She is different from her mother. Victoria never treats slaves and servants as a fellow human beings. So Victoria never asks Ojebika's opinion because she is a slave girl, and Victoria forces Ojebika to accompany her to her home. But at final, Ojebika refused stubbornly and shout back at her. And she is ready to go with her own native place. And here is the Chiyako is another important character. She is also another slave girl, and she is eyewitness the live burial of the slave girl. She that is here that the live burial symbolically expresses the plight of all Igbo women restricted by customs. And here the portrait of Ojebika and the live burial of the slave women highlight the condition of the women in the Igbo society as one of victimization and servitude. That character Chiago sexually harassed by her master Mahapalagara, and even Chiako is again sexually harassed by Clifford, and Clifford is used Chiako as a plaything, but Chiako could not tell anything and anything into any of Palagara's housemates, and she failed to share her problems. But at last, Chiago is going to become a mistress to Palagara because Chiago's delivery a boy baby, and that baby's father is that is none other than Palagara. So at last, Chiako has accepted her life happily. And I'm going to conclude that here that Yamachita debates the bitter truth of how women are entrapped in the slavery system, and women's experience and expectations are varied and complex. Actually, Ojibika is now free in Clifford Have. Actually, Ojibika is not yet free because
Ma'am, we are
Yamachita-
enjoying your story, but kindly summarize.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, sir. Actually, what happened is Ojibika is at the age of 35, she changed another master. And I hear that Yamachita portrays how slave girls are suffered and oppressed physically and psychologically in this novel. At last, she concludes that, sir. Sir?
Thank you so much
Thank
for your sincere presentation. And I mean, yes, and we have enjoyed the story also. Okay. Now, the question that I want to give you is, do you think the narrative of feminism today, especially slave emancipation, is something going great in the market for writers?
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
Actually,
No.
slavery is actually abolished, sir. But what we know
The
that
term is abolished, not the act.
yes, sir. The term is the term is abolished, but the act is not abolished, sir.
Yes, yes, agreed. Thank you. Nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
all of you have presented so much. Thank you for your patience and wish you all good luck with your research endeavors. Thank you all. And I thank the organizers once again for the opportunity given to me to listen to you all and be part of the discussion. And see you all maybe in the next conference. I mean, you have got invitation for Malaysian conference also, I believe. In the chat box, you can check and take the details. And we'll all collaborate and cooperate for better research and achievements in the future. Thank you so much. Signing off. This is Professor Vasantan, National College, Autonomous Trichinopoli.
Well.